Chapter 25-28. Gu Fei's indestructible body possessed unfathomable power. By controlling the indestructible body, Gu Fei could perform all kinds of great techniques, be it celestial techniques or martial arts battle techniques. He could use them at will. He didn't want to play around any longer, so he used one of the 9 secrets of the celestial way, the secret method of ascension. His combat ability was instantly raised to a level that would make even a saint shudder. 9 golden patterns of the way emerged from his body, emitting an eternal light of the way that illuminated the entire dark void. Powerful ripples of power spread out, and the lunar true fire around him immediately dissipated. The masked woman was extremely shocked. She never thought that Gu Fei still hadn't used his full strength. He only showed his true combat ability now. Roar! The lunar chill dragon, which was formed by the lunar power, roared and pounced on Gu Fei. Towering lunar true fire spread from its body, burning the heavens and the earth and the void. The void was destroyed silently. At that moment, the lunar frigid dragon's claw, which had been pierced by Gu Fei's punch, had already recovered. This kind of divine fire of the great path could burn even saints to death. If it was an ordinary saint, the masked woman would have long been defeated. Unfortunately, the mysterious city lord of the flying celestial city had run into Gu Fei's indestructible body. The indestructible body was the most famous killing tool on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle since ancient times. It had long been extinct on the ancestral star. The appearance of this indestructible body was an accident. The battle strength of the indestructible war body was pushed to its peak state after using the Ascension secret technique. In this short period of time, the indestructible war body could easily kill a saint ruler, and compete with a saint emperor. Even if it was a saint venerable, it might still have the power to fight. Anyone who encountered such a killing tool would tremble in fear. Bang! Gu Fei's indestructible body punched out, and a large area of the void in front of his fist collapsed. The ultimate power was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! With a thunderous boom, that incomparably ferocious extreme Een Frost Dragon was blasted apart by a single punch from Gu Fei. Countless runes dissipated as the entire extreme Een ancient battle platform trembled violently. The great Een battle platform sealed this space, isolating all auras from the outside world. In here, Gu Fei had no worries and could raise his combat prowess to the extreme. Rumble, Gu Fei was like a supreme god of war as he strode towards the masked woman. With every step he took, the entire void trembled. The divine light of the great path emerged beneath his feet, and the divine sound of the great path lingered in the void. Kacha! An unimaginably powerful ripple of power spread out from Gu Fei's body. Even the ancient lunar formation platform produced cracking sounds as cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? Upon seeing this scene, the mysterious female city, lord of the flying immortal city, knew that she had no chance against this black-robed young man. It was truly impossible for her to win against him, even if she used the ancient lunar battle platform. Bang! While the veiled woman was still in shock, Gu Fei took another step forward. The veiled woman felt a powerful force rushing at her, sending her flying into the air. There was a sweet taste in her throat as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The masked woman landed on the ground. She lost her balance and knelt on one knee as blood dripped from her veil onto the ground, seeping into the platform. At this moment, Gu Fei once again advanced towards the masked woman. "Stop, I concede." The masked woman panted as she hurriedly spoke. "I don't want to play anymore." Gu Fei halted. A smile that was not a smile appeared on his face as he stared at the masked woman on the ground. "I don't want to play anymore. I can't afford to play anymore." Although the masked woman didn't want to admit it, she had no choice but to face reality. The reality was that she really couldn't afford to play anymore. If this continued, she would be played to death by this fellow. Without any suspense, the masked woman wasn't a match for Gu Fei at all. She had no choice but to concede and keep the ancient extreme Yin array platform. Other than them, no one else knew the result of this battle. Because the ancient extreme Yin battle platform was sealed, even ancient sages wouldn't be able to see what happened on the platform. I will look for you later. I hope you can keep your promise. After speaking, Gu Fei directly vanished into the air. Even with the masked woman's cultivation base, she had no idea how he left this place. What a fast speed! The masked woman was startled. After that, she turned and departed the area. In a mountain valley 1,000 miles away from the flying immortal city, a Taoist sat cross-legged on a huge rock as he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Abruptly, this Taoist halted as he took out a jade slip that was shrouded in immortal qi. This jade slip was none other than the one Gu Fei used to exchange for the 10,000-year fire turtle gall from the middle-aged vendor. The immortal arts contained within are truly boundlessly profound. Even I have benefited greatly from it. The green-robed Taoist stared at the jade slip in his hands as he spoke. Who was that person exactly? He actually casually gave out such an immortal scripture. The green-robed Taoist mumbled to himself. The cultivation method within the immortal scripture was definitely orthodox, a direct line of the immortal Tao. How could an ordinary person possess such a cultivation method? He felt somewhat uneasy. Just when he was about to use his divine sense to read the immortal scripture within the jade slip, a silhouette soundlessly walked out of the air, arriving outside the mountain valley. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei coldly laughed as he directly stepped out, entering the mountain valley with no worries at all. It's you. At this moment, the azure-robed Taoist who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder noticed Gu Fei and immediately stood up. You're quite bold. How dare you kill someone outside the flying immortal city and steal their treasure? Gu Fei looked at the jade slip in the green-robed Taoist's hand and said coldly. He had guessed correctly. The person who killed the middle-aged vendor was the same Taoist who fought with him for the 10,000-year fire turtle gall. Humph, you're quite bold as well. How dare you find your way here? The green-robed Taoist's expression immediately darkened as a chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. He had already decided to kill Gu Fei. Kill! The green-robed Taoist did not hesitate and immediately used his most powerful technique. His body trembled as countless rays of green light rushed out of his body. The rays of green light instantly transformed into divine swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. A tiny firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? You're courting death. Chapter 25-29. Gu Fei finally found the culprit who killed the middle-aged stall owner and stole the immortal scripture jade scroll. As expected, the culprit was the Taoist in indigo. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei punched out and shattered the divine sword that was slashing at him. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of the Taoist in indigo in an instant. What? The azure-clothed Taoist was truly shocked. He never thought that the black-clothed young man would be so powerful. Swoosh! The figure of the Taoist in indigo suddenly blurred and was about to disappear. Seeing that the situation was not right, the guy wanted to escape. However, in front of Gu Fei, he could not escape. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the Taoist in indigo, who was about to escape into the void. He picked him up like a chicken. You! The Taoist in indigo's voice trembled and his face became extremely pale. This guy was much more powerful than he thought. At this time, the Taoist in indigo regretted provoking such an existence. However, it was too late to regret now. Why did you kill that person? Gu Fei looked at the Taoist in indigo in his hand and said coldly. The person he was talking about was naturally the middle-aged stall owner who traded with him. The Taoist in indigo had completely lost his calm and did not know how to answer Gu Fei's question. Forget it, I don't want to know. You can die now. As Gu Fei said that, he was about to kill the murderer on the spot. Don't kill me," the Taoist in indigo screamed. He did not want to die. It should be known that dying in the hands of such an expert would usually result in the destruction of his body and soul. He would not even be able to become a ghost. A life for a life, a debt for a life. You should accept your fate. With that, Gu Fei didn't wait for the Taoist in azure to speak. He swung his left hand and beheaded the Taoist in azure. Then he pointed with a finger and instantly pierced the head, shattering the Taoist's soul. After that, Gu Fei searched the green-robed Taoist's body carefully and found everything on him. Although the azure-clothed Taoist's cultivation was not great, he had a lot of good things on him. Gu Fei had benefited from this, and all of those things had become his spoils of war. After killing the Taoist in green, Gu Fei turned around and left the mountain, heading towards the flying celestial city. Soon after, he arrived at the flying celestial city once again. However, he did not directly find the mysterious city lord of the flying celestial city. Instead, he found an inn and stayed there. On the morning of the second day, Gu Fei left the inn and headed straight for the flying immortal city's lord's mansion. At this time, he should leave the northern lands and return to the eastern region. "You're here." Just as Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in the city lord's mansion, a voice was heard without any warning. Then a masked woman walked out. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded but did not say anything. "Follow me." The masked woman then turned around and left. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after her. The masked woman brought Gu Fei to the ancient teleportation formation again. She did not say anything and directly activated the ancient teleportation formation. Without hesitation, Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient teleportation formation and chose his destination. It was a city in the eastern region, the East Imperial City, Virum. The air rumbled and a blinding light suddenly exploded from the ancient teleportation formation. Everyone at the scene could not open their eyes. After the light dissipated, Gu Fei's silhouette had disappeared from the ancient teleportation formation. "Finally, I sent this malefic away." The masked woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving for so long, it was finally time to go back. This time, it was time to settle the score with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was the main culprit behind the destruction of the Taishan sect. After more than an hour, the runes on the ancient teleportation formation in the East Imperial City suddenly lit up. Seeing the ancient array platform suddenly activate, a white-robed, middle-aged cultivator who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. This middle-aged man naturally knew that this ancient teleportation formation was a transdomain teleportation formation. At this time, the runes on the teleportation formation suddenly lit up, indicating that someone had crossed over. "Who is it?" The middle-aged cultivator was very curious. It had been 3 years since someone had crossed over. The person who had crossed over was an extremely powerful existence. Swoosh! A ball of divine light emerged on the ancient teleportation formation, and a powerful wave spread in all directions. Within the divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. Then, the divine light dissipated and a young man in black appeared on the ancient teleportation formation. What? When the middle-aged cultivator saw the figure on the ancient teleportation formation, he was very surprised. There was no trace of energy coming from the young man in black. Could this person be an ordinary person? But how is that possible? The middle-aged cultivator found it hard to understand. "Is this the East Imperial City?" Gu Fei asked the middle-aged cultivator outside of the ancient teleportation formation. "This is the East Imperial City. I wonder which senior has come to the East Imperial City." The middle-aged cultivator did not dare to be negligent. After all, someone who could use the interdomain teleportation formation was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if this young man was really an ordinary person, he did not dare to offend him. "You are not qualified to know my name." As Gu Fei spoke, he walked down from the ancient teleportation formation. He completely concealed his aura so that nobody could see through him. Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with coldness. However, at the same time, he was secretly shocked. Could it be that this person used a secret technique to hide his aura? Gu Fei did not pay any more attention to the middle-aged cultivator. He left the place and arrived at the busiest street of the East Imperial City. The street was bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were lined with shops. Gu Fei noticed that most of the shops were related to cultivators. Among them, there were shops selling godly materials and low-level treasures. There were all kinds of things available. The East Imperial City was the most famous city in the Eastern Domain. At the same time, it was also one of the strongholds of the Dongfang clan. The Dongfang clan's ancestral ground was located deep within the mountains and was protected by a great formation. This time, Gu Fei did not bring his saint weapon with him. Therefore, it would not be easy to attack the ancestral ground of the Dongfang clan. Let's start with the East Imperial City. Chapter 2530. The current situation in the Eastern Domain was that of a tripartite confrontation. The Zhao clan of the Desolate clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Devil's Den controlled the entire Eastern Domain. In the Eastern Domain, there was a peerless place called the Heavenly Market. Legend had it that it was formed from a piece of debris that fell from the sky. It was so dangerous that ordinary people didn't dare to enter. Back then, when the Tao platform came into being, experts from all walks of life gathered in the sky market and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his divine might and used his supreme battle prowess to suppress the Tao platform. Then he took it away and ended the battle. There was a street outside the East Imperial City's Lord's Mansion. This street was the most prosperous place in the city. It was still early, but some people had already lit up the street. There was an endless stream of pedestrians coming and going on the street. Gu Fei discovered that many of these people were cultivators. He stood in front of the Lord's Mansion for a while and found a tea house nearby. He walked in and ordered the best pot of tea and enjoyed it alone. Have you heard? The Dongfang clan is going to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan. Is that so? There's actually such a thing? Who said it wasn't? I saw with my own eyes that a young talent from the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan appeared in the East Imperial City this morning. If that's the case, then this matter isn't groundless. Gu Fei's attention was attracted by the conversation between several people at the table beside him. There were 3 young cultivators. In Gu Fei's opinion, the cultivation bases of the 3 cultivators were not worth mentioning. However, the 3 cultivators were talking about something that Gu Fei was very interested in. The Dongfang clan is going to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan. Gu Fei frowned. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan had been resolved. However, if this news was true, then the Zhao clan of the Desolate clan wouldn't stand idly by when he wanted to make a move against the Dongfang clan. The foundation of the Desolate clan was undeniably deep, but this didn't mean that Gu Fei was afraid of the Zhao clan. It doesn't matter who the Dongfang family marries. It has nothing to do with me. If the primordial Zhao family wishes to attack me, then I will have no choice but to kill them all. As Gu Fei thought about it, his eyes turned sharp. I heard that the bride of the hero of the primordial Zhao family is the daughter of the city lord. A black-robed young cultivator sitting at the table next to him said, "The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial clan have joined forces. Are they trying to change the current situation in the eastern region?" Another young cultivator said, It's easier said than done if they want to change the situation of the entire eastern region. The Dongfang family wants to protect themselves. That's why they joined hands with the primordial Zhao family. A somewhat short and stout young cultivator said, "Why do you say that?" The other 2 young cultivators were very surprised. They looked at the short and fat youth and said, "I've received news that someone wants to harm the Dongfang family. That's why the Dongfang family wants to form a marriage alliance with the primordial Zhao family. The pudgy young cultivator lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. What? Could it be that person has returned? The other two young cultivators were shocked and looked at each other. They both knew that the Dongfang family had a great enemy. This was no secret. Back then, the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, died in the hands of that person. If that person really returned, the Dongfang family would be in great trouble. One had to know that back then, that person could kill a half-sage with a sword. So many years had passed, and no one knew how powerful that person had become. The battle back then was earth-shattering. The Dongfang family suffered heavy losses. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, was killed on the spot. I don't know about that, the pudgy, young cultivator said. His knowledge was very limited because he was not from a great sect. He was just a disciple of a cultivation family in the Dongfang family. Gu Fei was not interested in listening to the next conversation of the three young cultivators. He directly threw half a divine crystal on the table and left the tea house. Who is this person? He actually threw half a divine crystal, so casually. The three young cultivators at the table next to him stared at the half-red divine crystal on the table. Their eyes immediately lit up. They were cultivators, so they could naturally sense the pure spiritual qi emitting from the divine crystal. At this time, the owner of the tea house rushed over like an arrow and grabbed the half-divine crystal in his hand, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. A person who could own a tea house in the East Royal City was definitely not simple. The owner of the tea house was also a cultivator. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared into the crowd on the street, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Soon, a loud sound rang out in front of the East Royal City's Lord Mansion. The tightly closed door was slammed in by someone. Immediately, there were exclamations and shouts coming from the Lord Mansion. There were figures rushing towards the gate of the Lord Mansion. Someone noticed a young cultivator in a black robe walking into the Lord's mansion, step by step, as if he was walking into an uninhabited place. Who is that? All the cultivators who saw the figure were extremely shocked. This person was incredible. He actually fought his way into the Lord Mansion of the East Royal City. One should know that the City Lord of the East Royal City was the most powerful person in the entire East Royal City, the City Lord of the East Royal City. The current City Lord of the East Royal City was incomparable to the previous City Lord, Dongfang Yuan. In fact, the previous City Lord was not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current City Lord. Death to all intruders. A roar came from the Lord Mansion. Some experts were startled and immediately rushed out. A giant golden hand reached out from the Lord Mansion and grabbed at Gu Fei. The giant hand covered the entire void and sealed the space. Whoosh! Gu Fei directly struck out a golden sword light. The extremely sharp sword light instantly broke the giant golden hand and directly slashed into the depths of the Lord Mansion. Huh. A cry of surprise came from the rear hall of the Lord's mansion. Then, a white figure walked out from the rear hall. There was a tear on this person's right sleeve. At this time, the experts from the Lord Mansion had already rushed out and were about to attack Gu Fei. All of you step back. A voice was heard, and the experts from the Dongfang family immediately stepped back. Then, a white figure silently walked out from the back hall of the Lord Mansion and came to the front hall. He stood on the stairs and calmly looked at Gu Fei, who was standing in the square in front of the stairs. "It's you." When that person saw Gu Fei, he finally couldn't keep his composure. "You know me." Chapter 2531. You are Gu Fei. On the steps in front of the main hall of the East Imperial City's Lord's Mansion, the white-clothed man said, "What?" Upon hearing the man in white's words, the Dongfang family disciples surrounding Gu Fei turned pale with fright. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gu Fei's ferocious name had long been spread among the disciples of the Dongfang family. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family, a great enemy that could threaten the entire Dongfang family. At this moment, Gu Fei looked at the man in white. He was a handsome young man wearing a white robe. His long hair was simply tied behind his head, and he gave off an otherworldly vibe. Gu Fei knew very well that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a cultivator's cultivation level or age based on their appearance. This was because successful cultivators could stay young forever. Furthermore, what made Gu Fei worried was that this man in white did not have a single trace of the aura that a cultivator should have. He was completely like a mortal. Since you know who I am, then you should also know why I am here. Gu Fei looked at the white-clothed youth on the stairs and said calmly, "Of course I know why you are here." The man in white nodded. Every disciple of the Dongfang family knew that Gu Fei was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. "Could it be that you are the lord of the East Royal Palace?" Gu Fei said. At this moment, more experts from the lord's palace rushed over. When they saw the man in white, they all backed away. "That's right," the man in white said. He still looked at Gu Fei calmly. There was no emotion on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. "Tell me your name." After saying that, Gu Fei's gaze turned sharp as he looked at the white-clothed young man. "Dongfang Zun," the white-clothed young man said. Although he knew about Gu Fei's background, he was still not afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. It had been many years since he had met someone like Gu Fei who could stir up the fighting spirit that had been dormant in his body for many years. In Dongfang Zun's opinion, although this Gu Fei was very dangerous, he was definitely a good opponent. Only such an opponent was qualified for him to take action. "Dongfang Exalt, are you trying to become the Dongfang Exalt?" Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The fact that he dared to use the word Zun in his name was enough to show that this white-robed youth was extraordinary. "Humph, if you don't have a sense of pride, why would you embark on the path of cultivation?" Dongfang Zun's eyes became sharp, and his tone became cold. "Well said. What are you waiting for?" As Gu Fei spoke, a shocking fighting spirit immediately burst out from his body. Gusts of strong wind were set off on the square, sweeping up clouds of dust. The powerful aura emanating from Gu Fei's body forced the surrounding Dongfang family's disciples to retreat. The clothes of the white-clothed young man, Dongfang Zun, who was standing on the steps, were also fluttering in the strong wind. His long hair was fluttering in the air. Saint Realm? Unfortunately, the human realm doesn't allow the existence of power surpassing the Saint Realm. Dongfang Zun remained calm. He knew about the existence of the power of heaven's wrath. "Since you're not going to take action, I won't hold back then." Gu Fei did not want to talk nonsense with Dongfang Zun. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the distance between him and Dongfang Zun. Then, he threw his right fist at Dongfang Zun's head. The golden fist moved like an ancient divine mountain, making a rumbling sound in the void. The powerful fist's strength filled every inch of the void in front of the white-clothed young man. "You want to fight me head-on?" Dongfang Zun smiled. He tapped his feet on the ground and drifted backward like a puff of smoke. At the same time, he waved his hands. Immortal runes flew out from his hands and interweaved into an immortal Tao diagram in the void. Boom! When the Tao diagram was constructed, an extremely powerful ripple of energy immediately spread out from the immortal Tao diagram. Then, the immortal Tao diagram pressed forward. This Tao diagram seemed to be able to seal the entire world. It displayed an incomparably terrifying might. Gu Fei's punch landed directly on the Tao diagram. The powerful energy exploded, causing the Tao diagram to shake. The runes that formed the Tao diagram became unstable. Roar! Gu Fei roared and stomped on the ground with his right foot. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. At the same time, his right arm shook and an even more powerful force burst out from his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the Tao diagram exploded. The countless runes that formed the Tao diagram were collapsing and dispersing. A destructive force spread out, destroying the entire void. What? Dongfang Zun was taken aback. He had never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could shatter the Tao pattern that he had formed with a single punch. He quickly retreated. Gu Fei stepped forward like a shadow. His golden fist carried a destructive force and was still heading towards Dongfang Zun. What a powerful fist intent! Dongfang Zun was shocked again. He knew that he had been locked on by his opponent's fist intent and there was no way to escape. If his opponent's fist did not hit him, it would be hard for him to escape no matter where he went. Swoosh! Dongfang Zun was moving rapidly, changing his direction continuously. However, just as he had expected, his opponent was still following him like a shadow. The golden fist was still heading towards him. I'll risk it. Dongfang Zun knew that he could no longer retreat. Boom! An invincible aura burst out from Dongfang Zun's body. He reached out his right hand and pressed towards the incoming golden fist. On his palm, there was an endless amount of immortal aura. On it, there were 9 immortal runes appearing. It was as if it was not a hand, but a world of its own. Bang! Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Zun's palm. At that moment, he felt as if his fist had landed on a ball of cotton. Good fella, trying to dissipate the force of my fist. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was surprised that his opponent had such a move. However, was his strength that easy to dissipate? Bang! Gu Fei's entire right arm shook once more, and an even more powerful force than the one he used to disperse the Tao diagram erupted from his fist. What you? Chapter 2532. Bang! An extremely powerful force burst out from Gu Fei's fist. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun, directly shattering the layers of Tao patterns on Dongfang Zun's right hand. Dongfang Zun groaned in pain. His entire body flew up and smashed backwards. His entire right hand exploded and turned into a mass of blood mist. Boom! With a loud bang, a pavilion in the city lord's residence was smashed down by Dongfang Zun. Debris flew everywhere and dust rolled. The city lord's residence was in chaos. What? Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the Dongfang family were stunned. The city lord in their hearts was omnipotent, yet he was sent flying with a single punch. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. One should know that ever since the city lord took control of the East Royal City, no one had ever been a match for him. Even the great demon from the Devil's Den was no match for the city lord. Dozens of years ago, an extremely powerful demon appeared in the Devil's Denver. This demon ran amok in the East Domain with very few opponents. Millions of lives were slaughtered by him. In the end, the demon wanted to attack the millions of humans in the East Royal City, which provoked Dongfang Zun. This Dongfang Zun displayed great prowess and fought with the demon endlessly. Their battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the end, Dongfang Zun carried the demon's head back to the East Royal Kingdom City and hung it high above the city wall as a warning to everyone. How could such a powerful cultivator be defeated, especially by the enemy of the Dongfang family? Some of the disciples of the Dongfang family, who saw Dongfang Zun being sent flying by Gu Fei, found it hard to accept this fact. In their hearts, Dongfang Zun was invincible. That's all. As Gu Fei spoke, he pressed forward step by step. Gu Fei, you bastard, die! At this moment, a furious roar sounded from the side. Then, a ball of divine immortal light shot into the sky and smashed down on Gu Fei's head. Within the divine immortal light was a large golden bell that emitted terrifying fluctuations. At the same time, an enormous force that seemed capable of devouring the heavens emerged from the golden bell, and it instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Bang! The golden bell descended and directly enveloped Gu Fei. The ground trembled and the green bricks on the ground shattered into pieces, moving up and down like waves. Buzz! the golden bell rang, and the murderous voice of the great Tao came from within. The experts of the Dongfang family were activating this divine tool, wanting to use it to refine and obliterate Gu Fei alive. Clang! Just when everyone thought that they could suppress Gu Fei, a fist mark suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden bell, causing it to shake violently. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that even this sacred artifact would not be able to obliterate this old enemy. Together, someone shouted and directly charged towards the golden divine bell. Then he pressed his palm on the divine bell and channeled the immortal energy in his body into the divine bell with all his might. Let's refine this demon together. All the disciples of the Dongfang family rushed towards the bell as if they had gone mad, channeling their immortal energy into the bell. What are you doing? At this moment, a shout came from the city, Lord's mansion. Dongfang Zun rushed out from the ruins of the collapsed pavilion and was shocked to see this. Back off! Dongfang Zun roared. The group of Dongfang family disciples surrounding the golden divine clock could not help but feel bewildered when they heard this. Some of them wanted to withdraw, but they were shocked to find that their hands seemed to have grown out of the divine clock and could not be pulled back. Buzz! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the golden bell. Then, cracks appeared all over the body of the bell. Don't you dare! Dongfang Zun was shocked. He immediately took action. A huge azure hand appeared above the golden bell. Powerful runes of the Tao poured down, trying to seal the bell that was on the verge of shattering. Boom! In the next moment, there was a loud bang as the golden bell suddenly exploded. The bell shattered into millions of pieces, and the dozens of Dongfang family disciples surrounding it were all sent flying. The countless golden shards that shot out in all directions contained great power. They directly pierced the bodies of all the members of the Dongfang clan. Even their souls could not escape. They all died. Roar! Seeing this scene, Dongfang Zun's eyes turned red. These disciples of the Dongfang clan were the most outstanding disciples in the entire East Royal City. Furthermore, some of the geniuses of the Dongfang family had been sent to the Eastern Royal Kingdom to cultivate with him. But now, all the disciples he valued were dead. They died to Gu Fei. Whoosh! A golden fragment streaked across the right side of Dongfang Zun's face, leaving a bloody mark. A stream of blood flowed down his face. A figure walked out from the chaotic golden light. I want you to die. Dongfang Zun roared almost crazily. The azure hand in the sky shook, and a terrifying power that could destroy the world immediately came down from it. Rumble! The azure hand was like 100,000 ancient mountains. It fell down from the sky and sealed the space with its terrifying power, crushing towards Gu Fei below. Humph, I want you to die too, Gu Fei said coldly. His eyes flickered. So what if it was a saint artifact? His body could even shatter a saint artifact. Buzz! As Gu Fei said that, he waved his hands. An astonishing sword chi rushed out from his hands and went towards the azure hand in the sky. The light of the sword collided with the large hand, and an extremely powerful wave of power erupted. The light of the great path that Gu Fei had unleashed displayed great power, and it directly pierced through the large green hand in the sky. So you've been hiding your strength. Seeing this, Dongfang Zun finally knew how terrifying his old enemy was. Without any suspense, the azure hand that Dongfang Zun shot out was destroyed by the sword light and disappeared in the air. The runes on the hand were also disappearing. Kill! Dongfang Zun used the life-slain skill crazily. A huge shadow of a divine tree appeared behind him. This was the display of the Supreme with elemental power. Chapter 2533. Dongfang Zun cultivated the wood elemental Tao. The domain he displayed was the Yimu murderous domain. It was the power of the great Tao that he had cultivated all his life. Rumble! The void trembled. The Yimu murderous domain instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Huge shadows of divine, trees emerged in this domain. One divine tree after another smashed towards Gu Fei. It was as if they could shatter the void of the world and crush everything into pieces. The murderous domain formed by the power of Imu. There was no expression on Gu Fei's face. No one knew what he was feeling at the moment. He threw a punch, and the powerful force shook the murderous domain. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist smashed on a divine tree. The powerful force directly smashed the divine tree into pieces. It turned into Imu essence, Qi again, and dissipated in the void. Kill! Dongfang Zun activated the power of Imu like crazy. Countless divine trees emerged in this domain. They were dense and endless. Every single divine tree exuded a powerful Imu Dao power. Rumble! Endless Imu divine trees pressed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The terrifying force seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Is this all you've got? Gu Fei stood still. However, a golden light emerged from his body and covered his body. On the golden light, there were Dao patterns flowing. Bang! A divine tree hit the light shield outside Gu Fei's body. Then it was shaken away by his light shield. Bang! Another divine tree rushed towards Gu Fei. However, like the previous divine tree, this divine tree was blocked by the golden light shield outside Gu Fei's body. Bang! 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 Very quickly, the sounds of collisions rang out as more and more divine trees came crashing over from all directions. It was like rain. At the start, it was only a few drops. However, as time went on, it became a torrential downpour. The endless divine would seem to have turned into raging waves, crashing towards Gu Fei one wave after another. Gu Fei was like a lone boat in a raging sea, as if he could be overturned by the waves at any time. However, no matter how powerful the storm was and how it wreaked havoc, it was unable to capsize Gu Fei's boat. I'll fight it out with you. Dongfang Zun roared in anger. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by Dao patterns. His face was hideous, and he had lost his cool. This Gu Fei was so powerful that it had far surpassed his expectation. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood mist, there were blood-colored patterns condensing. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Dongfang Zun was using a secret technique. He was using the blood essence at the tip of his tongue as a guide to stimulate all his potential. The Dao pattern formed by the blood essence emitted a blood-colored divine light and was directly imprinted in his body. In an instant, the 9 cyan Imu Dao patterns that emerged on his body turned blood-colored. The blood seal was like a key. The moment it was imprinted in his body, it opened the power treasure that had been sealed for many years in his body. Rumble! The entire Imu horizon shook. The divine trees that condensed in the void turned blood-colored as if they were condensed from blood. It was somewhat evil. The power of the Imu horizon was soaring, as if a great world of Imu was about to evolve. Each of the blood-colored divine trees that had evolved emitted a powerful wave that could destroy the world. Dongfang Zun didn't completely lose his mind. He knew that he couldn't undo the seal on his body. The killing technique that he was using now was infinitely close to the power of the Sage Realm. At this moment, the golden barrier around Gu Fei finally began to tremble, as if it could collapse at any time. This caused him to feel great pressure. You are a good opponent. What a pity. Gu Fei shook his head. Then he moved. He did not use any powerful killing techniques, nor did he use any battle skills. Just like that, he shattered space with his extremely tough battle body. With a wave of his hands, large swathes of the blood-colored divine tree collapsed in space. How can your physical body be so powerful? Dongfang Zun was shocked. The power of the battle body displayed by Yi Fuqian was too powerful. Such power was enough to compete with those ancient sages. Perhaps even the sacred body of the ancient sages was inferior to this guy. Gu Fei took a few steps forward and broke through the layers of blood-colored divine trees with his tyrannical power. He arrived in front of Dongfang Zun and punched at him. The Emu horizon collapsed. Gu Fei's punch directly penetrated the void. Dongfang Zun was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? Dongfang Zun couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that he had used the secret technique of Dongfang family, using the blood seal as a guide to draw out all his potential. Even so, he couldn't kill Gu Fei. It seemed that Dongfang family was really going to face a disaster. Just as Dongfang Zun was sent flying, he crushed a Dao talisman. A ball of divine light instantly enveloped Dongfang Zun. In the next moment, the void space collapsed. The ball of divine light wrapped around Dongfang Zun and instantly escaped into the void space. What? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect Dongfang Zun to escape. This was something he had never expected. With Dongfang Zun's escape, there was no one in the entire East Royal City who could compete with Gu Fei. At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal City were shocked to the extreme. In their eyes, Dongfang Zun was definitely a supreme god. But unfortunately, he met Gu Fei. He actually defeated the city, Lord. Many people witnessed the battle. There were still disciples of Dongfang family in the East Royal City. However, these disciples were scattered throughout the city. Moreover, they were all insignificant figures. It didn't matter whether they were killed or not. Gu Fei's battle shook the entire East Royal City. He had killed all the elite disciples of Dongfang family in the city, Lord's Mansion. These elite disciples of Dongfang family represented the future of Dongfang family. Killing these elite disciples was equivalent to cutting off the future of Dongfang family. This was definitely a heavy blow to Dongfang family. After that, Gu Fei stayed in the city, Lord's Mansion. He sat in the city Lord's Mansion and waited for the experts of Dongfang family to come and die. Chapter 2534. Gu Fei defeated Dongfang Zun and entered the East Royal City's city, Lord Mansion. Almost all the experts of the Dongfang family in the mansion were killed by him. He wasn't an indecisive person. He had a great enmity with the Dongfang family. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. It could only be resolved when one side was completely annihilated. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He didn't do anything to the outer sect disciples of the Dongfang family. Otherwise, the entire East Royal City would be filled with rivers of blood. At this time, the entire East Royal City was in a state of panic. All the cultivators knew that Gu Fei had returned. The god of death who had killed the previous city, Lord Dongfang Yuan, had returned. Some of the cultivation families that were close to the Dongfang family were restless. They didn't know when Gu Fei would come to kill them. The cultivation families in the East Royal City knew very well that Gu Fei was a god of death. He could be said to be unscrupulous and unscrupulous. The previous city, Lord Dongfang Yuan, was a half-saint. The current city, Lord Dongfang Zun, was even more powerful. This Dongfang Zun was a peerless expert that came from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. He was an ancient saint that had achieved Dao in the ancient desolate era. He had lived for countless years. However, even though Dongfang Zun had a great background, he was still beaten away by the god of death, Gu Fei. Some people guessed that Gu Fei had become a saint, that Dongfang Yao is the successor of the primordial Dao sect. This time, I'm afraid that even the primordial Dao sect will be dragged into this. In the tea house in front of the city lord mansion, cultivators were discussing in low voices. Brother, you're wrong. The primordial Dao sect might not offend Gu Fei for Dongfang Yao. Some people had a different opinion. That makes sense. That Gu Fei isn't alone. I heard that his disciple, Gu Zhong, has also become a saint and has made a name for himself in West Earth. Someone said, God of War Gu Zhong is actually Gu Fei's disciple. Some young cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. You guys only know now. The elderly cultivator said disapprovingly. The fact that Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple was no secret to the older cultivators. Back then, Gu Fei had brought Gu Zhong to the eastern domain. Gu Fei, Gu Zhong. In a corner of the tea house sat a man and a woman. However, both of them had used a secret technique to change their appearances, so no one could see their true faces. Didn't you ask me what I want as a betrothal gift? I know what I want now. The white-clothed woman transmitted her voice to the gray-clothed man sitting opposite her. You agreed. The gray-clothed man was extremely excited when he heard this. I agree, provided that you can afford the betrothal gift. The white-robed woman nodded. How good. Tell me, what do you want? Even if you want the moon in the sky, I can pluck it for you. The gray-robed man excitedly transmitted his voice to the white-robed woman. This is what you said. If you can't do it, then forget about marrying me. The white-robed woman's eyes flickered. Do you really want the moon in the 9 heavens? The gray-clothed man calmed down when he saw how serious the white-robed woman was. I don't want you to pluck the moon from the 9 heavens, nor do I want your family's treasures. I only want one thing, the white-robed woman said calmly to the gray-clothed man. Tell me, what is it that you want? The gray-clothed man completely calmed down. He was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have such a powerful cultivation base and be nurtured by his family. You're good. I want Gu Fei's head, the white-robed woman said in a deep voice. What? The gray-clothed man was shocked. He never thought that the fairy he was wooing would want Gu Fei's head. What? You can't do it? The white-robed woman said disdainfully when she saw the gray-clothed man's reaction. My man must be a hero. If you can't even do that, how are you qualified to be my man? The white-robed woman's tone turned cold. But what you want is that man's life. The gray-clothed man said awkwardly. Although he was the fairy's pursuer, he knew that he was no match for Gu Fei. I didn't say that I want you to bring Gu Fei's head back to me. The white-robed woman glanced at the gray-clothed man and said, You want me to use the power of my family. The gray-clothed man understood. He immediately thought of the white-robed fairy's identity. It seemed that this fairy wanted to take revenge on Gu Fei and wanted him to be her cannon fodder. That's what you said, not what I asked you to do. The white-robed woman said calmly. The gray-clothed man was a little unhappy. Although she didn't want him to do it, she did mean it. Otherwise, why would she say something like that? He was in a dilemma. If he killed Gu Fei, he would have to be tired of living. However, if he didn't kill Gu Fei, he would lose the chance to marry this fairy. Yaoer, are you sure that you want a man's head? The gray-clothed man hoped that the white-robed fairy would change her mind, but it seemed impossible. Don't come and find me in the future. The white-robed woman stood up and walked out of the tea house, disappearing into the crowd on the street. Only the gray-clothed man was left dumbfounded. Do you think it's that easy to kill Gu Fei? Aren't you asking me to die? The gray-clothed man sighed and left the tea house. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread in the East Royal City. Dongfang Zun's daughter, who had joined the ancient Tao sect, was looking for a husband. The condition of the betrothal contest was very simple. Whoever could kill Gu Fei and bring Gu Fei's head to her, she would marry that person. To think that someone would use such a method to deal with me. What a joke. In the East Royal City, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile after hearing the news. Was Dongfang Zun's daughter really that charming? He wanted to see if someone was really here to kill him or not. For several days, outside the gate of the East Royal City's palace, not even a shadow could be seen. Not a single cultivator dared to enter the palace through the wide, open gate. Some mysterious silhouettes began to appear around the palace. Many people were peeping at them, but they were destined to find nothing, because there was only one person in the entire East Royal City's palace. That person was Gu Fei. During the day, those people didn't dare to be presumptuous, but at night it was different. The surroundings of the city Lord Mansion were incomparably quiet. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure instantly crossed the high walls of the city Lord Mansion and entered the city Lord Mansion. In fact, the news that Gu Fei was the only one in the governor's mansion had already spread throughout the East Royal City. The mysterious person who risked his life to enter the palace disappeared after entering the palace. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. Until dawn, the people who were peeping outside did not see the mysterious man come out of the city Lord's mansion. At this time, everyone who was peeping outside the palace was extremely shocked. It seemed that the mysterious person who entered the palace was probably dead. During the day, there were more and more mysterious people outside the palace. At night, on a dark and windy night, some people didn't believe it and directly sneaked into the palace. However, none of these people came out from the inside. As a result, none of the experts sent by the various forces dared to enter the city Lord's mansion. All of them stayed outside the city Lord's mansion to monitor the movements inside. None of the people that were sent out came back. At night, on a mountain outside the East Royal City, a man in gray was fanning himself while listening to the report of a man in black who was kneeling behind him. No, not a single one. They are obviously trapped inside. The man in black quickly replied, "That Gu Fei doesn't seem to be someone with an undeserved reputation." The man in gray muttered to himself, his brows furrowed even deeper. "Young master, I don't think that Gu Fei is easy to deal with." At this time, a black-bearded old man appeared on the mountain. It was a short and thin old man dressed in a green gown. This ordinary-looking old man exuded a very dangerous aura. "I know what I'm doing," said the gray-robed man. His eyes flickered with a bright light. Hearing this, the old servant didn't say anything else. He was a servant after all. Even though his cultivation was much stronger than the man in gray, he was still a servant that was ordered around. "Continue to monitor that person. Report to me if anything happens," the man in gray said coldly. "Yes, young master." The man in black, who was kneeling behind the man in gray, quickly accepted the order and stood up. He turned around and rushed down the mountain, disappearing into the darkness. "Dragon servant, what do you think of that person?" the man in gray asked the old servant. "Well, that person can only be described as unfathomable." The black-bearded old servant thought for a while and said, "Even you don't have the confidence to take that person down?" The gray-clothed man said in surprise. He was well aware of how formidable his servant was. How was it possible that even this old servant was unable to see through Gu Fei's cultivation state? Dongfang Zun isn't a weakling. He and I are about the same. That person even managed to beat Dongfang Zun away. Do you think I'll be a match for him?" the old servant asked. The man in gray couldn't help but be moved. Does he really have to use the power of his clan? But if that's the case, wouldn't the entire clan be involved? Gu Fei's strength was unquestionable. It didn't seem worth it to provoke this killing god for a woman. However, the man in gray didn't seem to be willing to give up the woman he loved. "What should I do?" The man in gray shook his head. For a moment he had no idea. Chapter 2535. Gu Fei was the only one in the spacious city, Lord's Mansion, but he alone was able to intimidate all the experts in the East Royal City. No one dared to step into the city, Lord's Mansion, carelessly because there was a terrifying god of death living inside. All the cultivators in the East Royal City regarded Gu Fei as a god of death. No one dared to challenge this god of death. Even the Dongfang family could not react in time. However, a woman suddenly took action at this time and did something that no one expected. Dongfang Yao was the pearl of the Dongfang clan, the daughter of Dongfang Zun. Since a young age, she was accepted as a disciple by an ancestor of the archaic Taoist school. Such an otherworldly fairy was about to get married. However, although there were many people who wanted to marry her, not everyone could afford a betrothal gift. This was because this dowry was very special. It was a human head. This head could not be taken away by just anyone because it was the god of death inside the city, Lord's mansion. Who would dare to provoke this god of death unless they were tired of living? Gu Fei found out about this from the people who broke into the city, Lord's mansion. He couldn't help but find it funny. He didn't expect Dongfang Zun to have a daughter like this. However, he knew that there were no lack of fools in this world. Some people knew the consequences of doing something like this, yet they still did it. The playful young master from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era was one such person. Gu Fei was very excited to see if the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era wanted to be his enemy again. If they really wanted to be his enemy, then there was no other choice but to fight. He had never been afraid of anyone, nor did he care about anyone. Everything he did was from the bottom of his heart. This was his code of conduct. He would not give up on revenge just because of the enemy's strength. Gu Fei didn't kill these people. However, even though they could be spared from death, they still had to be punished. He placed a sealing technique on these people and ordered them to deal with the other mysterious people who broke into the city, Lord's mansion. For the next few days, mysterious people kept peeping outside the city, Lord's mansion. At night, there were even figures of experts appearing outside the city, Lord's mansion. After receiving the news, all the major powers sent out scouts. It had to be known that back then, Gu Fei had wreaked havoc in the Eastern domain and made a name for himself. Whenever the older generation of cultivators mentioned Gu Fei, their expressions would change. Just as a huge storm was brewing in the eastern region, in the west, at the border between the Central Plains and the Buddhist kingdom, stood a huge city. At this time it was already dusk, and the people who went out gradually returned to the ancient city. Shua. Just then a figure flew over from the sky and entered the ancient city. In the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion in the ancient city, a young man in white rushed in from outside. He then knelt on one knee and reported to a dark-skinned young man sitting on a throne. "Master, we have news of the person you've been looking for." The white-robed young man panted. He was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. He had rushed all the way back from the Central Plains without stopping to rest. Even though he had relied on the teleportation formation, he was still exhausted. "You're right," the white-robed young man said as he panted heavily. He was sweating profusely. "What?" The young man on the throne abruptly stood up upon hearing this. "Master, the person you asked us to pay attention to has appeared. He is in the eastern imperial city of the eastern region." The young man in white panted. "Very good, you have done well. I will allow you to enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. You may leave now," Gu Zhong said. After he returned, he took over the position of master of the Gu family. Over the years, he had managed the Gu family well. He was fair with his rewards and punishments, and everyone in the family respected him. "Thank you, master." The young man in white was overjoyed when he heard that Gu Zhong had allowed him to enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. It should be known that not everyone could enter the treasure trove to choose a combat skill. The young man in white retreated. "Master, you have finally returned." Gu Zhong sat back down and murmured to himself, "Master, since you have returned, why didn't you come to find me?" Gu Zhong then gathered the older generation of the Gu family and gave them some instructions. He then left Dark Mega City and headed straight for the eastern region. Dark Mega City was extremely far from the eastern region. It was impossible for mortals to reach the eastern region from Dark Mega City even if they spent their entire lives. Even cultivators could only travel to the eastern region through the teleportation formation. On another dark and windy night, a terrifying figure walked out from the devil's territory where the devil's den was located. "Let me meet this Gu Fei. I want to see if this Gu Fei really has 3 heads and 6 arms." It was a black-clothed demon with a pair of red eyebrows. As he spoke, the demon's figure instantly disappeared into the void. In the past, Gu Fei had entered the devil's den and had a grudge against the demons there. At the same time, someone was one step faster than the mysterious demon. At that moment, 3 old men appeared outside the East Royal City's governor's mansion. Each of the 3 old men exuded a shocking, murderous aura. It was as if 3 great ancient beasts had appeared in this part of the world. "Gu Fei, come out and die." One of them, a fat old man, shouted loudly. Scram! An angry roar came from the governor's mansion. The sound waves caused the void to tremble. The transparent ripples were visible to the naked eye. The 3 old men in front of the governor's mansion were enraged. A tall and thin old man said coldly, "Since you are not willing to come out and die, we can only go in." With that, the 3 old men walked into the main gate of the city lord's mansion step by step. The 3 old men did not dare to delay. They circulated the mysterious art in their bodies with all their might. Their auras seemed to be connected into a single line. Every move they made was powerful. If I see. Gu Fei's voice came from the depths of the governor's mansion. Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 old men. It was silent, as if he had appeared out of thin air. "You are Gu Fei." The 3 old men stopped. "Do you want us to do it, or do you want to end it yourself?" An old man with a ruddy face stared at Gu Fei and said, "What do you think?" Gu Fei couldn't help but feel annoyed. These guys were too arrogant. They spoke in a condescending tone, as if the rulers of this world were 3 old men. "You should just end it yourself." The fat old man uttered these words. "Seems like you guys are really stupid." A smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He looked at the 3 old men as if they were monsters. "Boss, why are you still talking so much? Go." The tall, thin old man walked forward and stretched out his hand. A golden hand appeared in the void and then directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched out, and a violent force immediately spread from his fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, the big hand collided with Gu Fei's fist. 2 extremely powerful forces exploded. The golden hand dissipated in the void, and Gu Fei's fist was also blocked. "It seems that you guys have some skills." Gu Fei looked at the tall, thin old man opposite him and said, "Humph, it's more than enough to capture you." The fat old man also attacked. Divine chains of the great path rushed out from his hands and then entangled towards Gu Fei. The powerful power of the great path was raging. "Is that all?" Gu Fei said unhurriedly. At the same time, he threw another punch forward, directly shattering the divine chains of the great path entangling him. Then he approached the plump old man in an instant and punched him again. Virum, greatly alarmed, the fat old man immediately used his saint artifact. A shield surrounded by divine light appeared in his hand, and he used it to block the attack. Bang! Gu Fei's punch directly smashed into the shield, causing countless cracks to appear on the shield. It looked like it was about to completely shatter. However, even though there were cracks on the divine shield, it didn't really crumble. "Eat another punch of mine!" Gu Fei roared. He suddenly took a step forward and punched at the fat old man with all his strength. On his fist, dazzling golden light was emitted, and golden patterns of the great path were faintly discernible. This punch of his had activated the power of the great path. Although he did not use any great technique, the power of this punch was extremely strong. The void in front of the fist shook, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The fat old man naturally knew the power of this punch from Gu Fei. Before the fist actually hit him, he already felt a great pressure. This pressure almost made him breathless. "Boss, let us help you." The tall, skinny old man and the old man with a ruddy face rushed forward. They each stretched out their right hands and pressed on the fat old man's shoulders. transferring their power into the fat old man's body. Roar! The plump old man roared furiously and unleashed a great technique with all his might. The entire world shook as huge stars descended from the sky, bringing with them an endless amount of astral energy to suppress Gu Fei. This was the terrifying thing about the fat old man and his brothers. Once the three of them joined forces, they would definitely be extremely powerful. At this time, the fat old man only felt that his entire body was so strong that it made people tremble. It was as if he could shatter the void with just a lift of his hand, causing the world to return to chaos. Bang! With a muffled sound, the divine shield exploded. It was shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and the three people behind the divine shield were immediately blown away. Although they did not die, they suffered a great impact. Humph, you are only so. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? You are simply courting death. Gu Fei sneered. Chapter 2536. The Cloud Tripod Elders of the Eastern region were defeated. Outside the City Lord Mansion, all the cultivators who saw the three old men flying out of the City Lord Mansion were shocked. One should know that the three old men had a powerful background. In the Eastern region, apart from the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan, there was another force, the Cloud Tripod Mountain. The three old men of the Cloud Tripod Mountain were the experts of the older generation of the Cloud Tripod Mountain. The Cloud Tripod Mountain had always been low-key. They did not have as many people as the Zhao clan or the Dongfang clan. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Eastern region, the Cloud Tripod Mountain was a semi-hidden force. There were only a dozen people on the mountain, but each of them was extremely powerful. Some people said that the Cloud Tripod Ancestor was an ancient sage who survived the great ancient calamity. Of course, the Cloud Tripod Ancestor was very mysterious. It seemed that no one in the entire Eastern region had seen his face. However, because of the Cloud Tripod Ancestor, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had always been wary of the Cloud Tripod Mountain. No one knew why the three old men were here and why they were beaten out of the City Lord Mansion by Gu Fei. Gu Fei, you! The three old men fell heavily on the street in front of the City Lord Mansion. This made the three old men's faces extremely ugly. This was too embarrassing. It would not take long for the cultivators of the Eastern region to know that the three old men were beaten up on the street. You what? Get out of here, you three old farts. Do you want to be beaten up again? Gu Fei's voice came from the City Lord Mansion. Outside the City Lord Mansion, all the cultivators were extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was too domineering. He actually dared to offend the three old men. There was an ancient sage behind the three old men. There was no doubt that the Cloud Tripod Ancestor was powerful, because this ancient sage who survived the great ancient calamity could make the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan hesitate. Damn it. The Yunding three old men were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their illustrious reputation had vanished into thin air. Gu Fei was too much of a bastard. He actually dared to humiliate them like this. Boss, let's go. The tall and skinny old man pulled the sleeves of the fat old man and said in a low voice, Gu Fei, remember this. We'll be back. Let's go. The fat old man shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the entire Eastern Royal City. Then the fat old man brought his two junior brothers and left the Eastern Royal City. I didn't expect experts like the Cloud Cauldron Three Elders to be no match for Gu Fei. On a mountain peak outside of the East Imperial City, the gray-clothed youth stood at the top of the mountain, just in time to see the scene in front of the East Imperial City's City Lord Mansion. Young master, it seems like you have to give up on that idea. A green-robed old servant stood behind the young man. At this time, the old servant spoke. Dragon servant, you've followed me for so many years. You've watched me grow up. You should know that once I've decided on something, I will not easily change my mind. The gray-clothed youth looked at the ancient city in front of him and said expressionlessly. But the old servant still wanted to say something. However, the gray-clothed youth waved his hand and interrupted the old servant's words. "All right, I also know that Gu Fei is not easy to deal with. However, since I can't defeat him with force, I'll defeat him with my wits. I refuse to believe that I can't kill him." This gray-clothed youth wanted to marry Dongfang Yao, but he had reached the point where he would use any means necessary. This was an extremely dangerous game. The old servant of the young man sensed the danger and wanted to dissuade him. However, his young master did not listen to his advice. As a servant, he could not say anything else. At this time, in the governor's mansion, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the throne in the great hall. He was still waiting. However, for the past few days, the Dongfang family had not made any moves. Time flew by. At noon on the second day, in a valley 1,000 miles away from the East Imperial City, demonic energy was swirling around. A demonic shadow loomed in the valley. The flowers, grass, and trees in the valley had all turned a burnt yellow. Their life essence was completely devoured by a powerful demonic force. This was a demon. Wherever the demon passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be devoured. Even the life essence of all living beings would be forcefully sucked away. Any living being that lost their life essence would die. The Yunding's 3 elders are truly useless. No wonder they couldn't even defeat Gu Fei. An eerie voice rang out from the valley. Then the vast demonic energy in the valley began to recede like the tide and entered the demonic shadow. The demon turned into a ray of demonic light and charged out of the valley, disappearing into the mountains. In the depths of the valley, there were 3 corpses. They were 3 dried corpses. All of their blood essence had been sucked away by the demon. All that was left was a bag of skin wrapped around their bones. Whoosh! Just then a figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. This is the divine light dissipated, and an old servant in green appeared before the 3 dried corpses. When the old servant saw the 3 corpses, he could not help but pale with fright. "The Yunding's 3 elders are actually dead," the old servant quickly looked around. After confirming that there was no one in the valley, he squatted down and carefully examined the 3 corpses. Demonic energy. The old servant sensed a trace of demonic energy on the corpses and could not help but change his expression again. However, just as the old servant's mind was in shock, the 3 corpses on the ground suddenly moved. They leapt up from the ground and pounced towards the old servant. In particular, the corpse in front of the old servant immediately hugged the old servant and opened its mouth to bite at the old servant's neck. The old servant was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Just as the mummy that was hugging him was about to bite his neck, a layer of golden scales suddenly appeared on the old servant's neck. Kacha! The corpse bit down on the layer of golden scales. It did not injure the old servant. Instead, a few of its sharp teeth were shaken off. Bang! The old servant exerted force and sent the mummy that was hugging him flying. Then he punched the other 2 mummies that were pouncing at him and sent them flying. Who killed them? They didn't even let the dead go. The old servant directly charged into the sky. He glanced at the 3 corpses crawling up from the ground before leaving without looking back. The old servant did not destroy the 3 demonic corpses. Once the 3 demonic corpses left the valley and arrived at the human settlement, it would be a disaster. Why is there demonic energy in the mountains? Chapter 25:37. 3 demonic corpses were wandering in the valley. These demonic creatures would only react to life energy, but all the life energy in the valley had been devoured by the great demon. At this time, the 3 demonic corpses began to emit strands of demon energy. They were about to completely transform into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. At that time, the 3 demonic corpses would sense the life energy outside the valley and walk out to kill. With every life they killed, the power of the demonic corpses would increase. The more they killed, the stronger the demonic corpses would become. The stronger the demonic corpses would become, the more they would kill. At that time, the demonic corpses would become so strong that no one could control them. The entire eastern region would be plunged into misery and suffering. As the 3 demonic corpses roared and walked out of the valley, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the 3 demonic corpses. What's going on? Were these 3 fellows killed by demonic cultivators? It was a strong young man, dressed in green. This person was Gu Zhong, who had rushed over from Dark Shaman City. He did not stop and use the transportation formation to rush from Dark Shaman City to the eastern region. When he passed by this mountain range, he sensed demon energy in the vicinity. Gu Zhong descended from the sky and landed in the valley. He could not help but frown when he saw this scene. The demon's den in the eastern region was a place where demons gathered. It seemed that only the demons in the demon's den could do something like this. Roar! The 3 devil corpses sensed Gu Zhong's exuberant life force and immediately roared as they pounced towards Gu Zhong. To these 3 demonic corpses that only knew how to kill, Gu Zhong was like a beacon in the darkness. The vigorous life energy he exuded excited the 3 demonic corpses. Gu Zhong directly punched out. His fist instantly smashed into the body of the demonic beast, sending it flying. Then, with a bang sound, Gu Zhong's fist instantly erupted, causing the demonic beast to explode in the air. This kind of demonic corpse was not a match for Gu Zhong, who had already become a martial saint. It should be known that Gu Zhong's metal element martial body was extremely powerful. At this time, the other 2 demonic corpses also pounced on him. Humph! Gu Zhong punched twice in a row. The powerful fist energy directly shattered the 2 demonic corpses. Yes, just as Gu Zhong destroyed the 3 demonic corpses, a figure shrouded in demonic aura on a mountain peak several hundred miles away sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the demonic corpses. What is going on? To think that someone would be able to deal with my demon corpse. An incredulous voice came from within the demonic chi. Shwa! In the next moment, the demonic figure disappeared from the mountain peak. No one knew where it went. At this moment, Gu Zhong leaped up and charged out of the valley. He arrived high up in the sky, wanting to continue on his way and reach the eastern imperial city as soon as possible. However, at that moment, a beam of demonic light rapidly approached Gu Zhong from the distance. Demonic chi! Just as Gu Zhong was about to leave, an expert from the demon race, shrouded in demonic aura, arrived. This caused Gu Zhong's battle intent to erupt once more. Kill! When Gu Zhong saw the great devil rushing towards him, he hurriedly acted. He stretched out his hand and sent out a heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm instantly enveloped the entire sky. Rumble, the void trembled. The huge golden palm was like an ancient divine mountain descending from the sky. This shocked the great devil, and he hurriedly tried to escape from the heaven-covering palm. However, the huge golden palm had sealed the sky, and the great devil couldn't escape at all. Boom! With a muffled sound, the demonic energy on the great devil's body soared. He waved both his hands and sent out terrifying laws of demonic Tao. He forcefully broke through the void that was sealed by the huge golden palm and rushed out. After that, the huge golden palm dissipated in the void. You are a martial artist. The great devil was shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect to encounter such powerful living beings as soon as he left the mountain. How unlucky! You do have some ability. Gu Zhong looked at the great devil and said coldly, "This demon's expert wasn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to wander around the eastern domain alone. Your chi and blood are incomparably vigorous. After devouring your life force, my cultivation will definitely increase again." The demon's expert looked at Gu Zhong. His eyes were shining as if he was looking at a peerless divine material. "Just bring it on." Gu Zhong said in a deep voice, "Kill." The demon's expert didn't waste any more time. He waved his hands, and black, demonic chains of the great path rushed out from his hands and entangled Gu Zhong. Every demonic chain was condensed from the power of the great path. You only have this kind of method. When Gu Zhong saw the demonic chains entangling him, he immediately pressed his right hand forward. Golden Tao patterns appeared on his palm and emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Gu Zhong used his palms to shatter the entangling demonic chains of the great path. Seeing this, the great devil was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated the people of the world. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human race. They weren't necessarily inferior to the demons. Bam! A dull thud rang out. The great devil was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Zhong's heavy hand. Blood oozed out from the side of his mouth as his demonic body took a huge blow. Could you be Gu Fei? The great devil seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed. You know my revered master? Gu Zhong walked towards the great devil step by step. The aura from his body was rising along with his footsteps. What? To think that you're the disciple of Gu Fei. At this moment, the great devil was stunned. To think that this human would be the disciple of Gu Fei. To think that he couldn't even defeat a single disciple of the other party. All right, time to send you on your way. As Gu Zhong said that, he punched out at the great devil once more. That ferocious punch brought with it an invincible fistwill. The great devil's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that the other party would have cultivated his martial arts to such an extent. It was just a simple punch. But, in the eyes of the great devil, it was a completely different scene. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only fight it head-on. The great devil made up his mind and immediately cast out a demonic skill. A black whirlpool appeared between his palms as he tried to swallow Gu Zhong into it. Bam! Gu Zhong's fist jerked out, and the black whirlpool that was trying to devour Lin Fan collapsed instantly. Boom! Kacha! Chapter 2538. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. He had the special characteristics of a martial artist. Invincible fist in 10 erupted, and he directly punched the demon's chest. The demon's body was filled with demonic qi. Demonic patterns appeared on his body, interweaving into demonic diagrams that triggered terrifying demonic energy. The demon flew thousands of feet away. As the demonic diagrams appeared, the power of Gu Zhong's strongest punch was neutralized. Even so, a stream of demonic blood seeped out from the corner of the demon's mouth. His sternum was shattered, and a fist imprint was deeply imprinted into his body. Rumble! The demon wiped away the demonic blood at the corner of his mouth. Thunderous sounds could be heard from his body. His broken sternum was reforming, and an extremely powerful demonic energy was exploding. You actually injured me. A demonic shadow appeared in the demonic qi. A cold voice came from the demonic qi. His tone was filled with a cold, killing intent. Are you very strong? Can't I injure you? Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the demon. An incomparably powerful pressure pressed down on the demon. Martial saint, I have underestimated you. However, I, Shui, am not weaker than anyone. The demon said coldly, Hey, your name is too ugly. Are you interested in changing your name? Gu Zhong said with a smile, Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Shui was furious. He was the strongest among the winged demons in the East Region Demon Cave. His cultivation was incomparably strong, and he could compete with a saint. He was extremely arrogant. This time, he came out of the demon cave with the intention of competing with Gu Fei. But now he was actually injured by Gu Fei's disciple. To Shui, this was definitely a humiliation. Even if I did look down on you, it's nothing much. Gu Zhong shrugged and said indifferently, You deserve to die. After I kill you, I'll go find your master, Gu Fei, and then send him down to reunite with you. Shui gritted his teeth and said, "Bring it on, then. I want to see what kind of abilities a demon from a demon's lair has." Gu Zhong had a faint smile on his face as he hooked his finger at Shui. "Good, very good." Shui had never been looked down on like this before. His eyes turned red, and a demonic rune appeared between his brows, turning into a blood moon that slashed towards Gu Zhong. The blood moon silently tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack wherever it passed. Its speed was extremely fast. "What is it?" Gu Zhong stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Golden light surged on his 5 fingers, patterns of the way of metal intertwined on his palm, and a mighty aura of the great path surged. The golden hand directly grabbed the blood-colored demonic moon. Gu Zhong only felt his 5 fingers tremble as a powerful demonic power spread out from the blood moon, nearly shaking off his fingers. Humph! With a thought, Gu Zhong exerted his strength once again. An even greater power erupted from the 5 fingers of his right hand that was grabbing onto the blood-colored demonic moon. Crack! A strange sound immediately came from the blood-colored demonic moon, and cracks appeared on it. It actually showed signs of being crushed by Gu Zhong's 5 fingers. What? The blood-winged demon's son was extremely shocked. He realized that he had still underestimated this disciple of Gu Fei. He did not expect that Gu Fei would have such a disciple. If his disciple was already so powerful, wouldn't that mean that Gu Fei was even more powerful? Moon transformation. Thinking of this, the blood-winged demon's son no longer held back. He attacked with all his strength, displaying the most powerful demonic technique of the winged demon clan. Swoosh! Endless blood-colored demonic light surged from the blood-winged demon's son's body. In an instant, he actually turned into a blood-colored demonic moon, suppressing towards Gu Zhong. The blood-colored moon covered the sky, suppressing all directions. Terrifying demonic energy shook the heavens and the earth. Blood-colored demonic patterns emerged on the blood-colored moon, intertwining and illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. This was a strange scene. In broad daylight, a blood-colored moon actually appeared in the sky. Of course, this scene happened in the mountains. Apart from Gu Zhong, it seemed that no one else could see this strange scene. Rumble! The blood-colored moon suppressed a part of heaven and earth. Everything that was illuminated by the blood-colored moonlight was imprisoned. Gu Zhong bore the brunt of the impact. He only felt that the void around him was about to solidify. His entire body felt like it was being suppressed by 100,000 mountains, and he had a feeling that he could not even straighten his back. "I have to say, you're very strong." Gu Zhong stared at the blood-colored demonic moon that was suppressing down from the sky. At this moment, his expression became solemn. This demon dared to look for his master, so he did have some ability. Of course, if this demon really went to look for his master, it would be no different from seeking death. Go to hell! A powerful sealing force continued to descend from the demonic moon, causing the space around Gu Zhong to distort and distort. The powerful force caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the space around him. The blood-colored demonic moon emitted the blood-winged demon son's murderous will. Crack! The sound of bones grinding could be heard from Gu Zhong's body. His entire body seemed like it was about to collapse. His entire body was about to be crushed into pieces by the powerful force that came from all directions. The blood-winged demon's son was not simple. His demonic cultivation was earth-shattering. Under the premise that he could not use the power of a sage, he had the ability to sweep away all opponents. Moreover, the demons were much stronger than the human race in all aspects. Be it physique or talent, they were all stronger than the human race. However, the human race could become stronger through cultivation. Through cultivation, they could make up for their innate deficiencies. This was the ability of the human race. To a certain extent, The cultivation ability of the human race was also a kind of talent. Humph, this level still can't kill me. The corner of Gu Zhong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, an explosive sound rang out from his body. The power of the martial body was released. Every muscle, every tendon, every bone was emitting a dazzling golden light. Golden Tao patterns swam around Gu Zhong's body. This was a secret technique of the martial path. By imprinting the Tao patterns on one's body, one could refine one's body like a saint weapon. This was the reason why successful cultivators usually did not have any weapons. One must know that they themselves were already the strongest weapon. The power of the martial body erupted. Gu Zhong's entire body emitted an incomparably powerful fluctuation of energy. It was as if a saint weapon that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. Bang! Chapter 2539. All right, it's time to send you on your way. As Gu Zhong spoke, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the blood-winged demon sun. Then he punched out. He would not give the demon sun a chance to escape. With such a cultivation level, the blood-winged demon sun definitely had a way to escape. Gu Zhong did not want to let this powerful demons go. Damn it, you don't have the right to kill me. The blood-winged demon sun furiously roared as blood seeped out from his mouth. His demonic physique was heavily injured. After that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood was actually burning, turning into an incomparably bizarre, blood-colored demonic flame that burned towards Gu Zhong. Within the demonic fire, there were demonic blood marks faintly visible. This was a type of fire of the way. It was a demonic fire formed from one's own demonic blood. It could burn everything in the world. As long as the demonic fire touched one's body, even a saint would be annihilated. This was the demonic fire that the blood-winged demon sun had cultivated for his entire life. He would not use it easily. If it were not for the existence of the power of heaven's wrath, the blood-winged demon sun might not have lost so easily. It must be known that in a battle of the same level, a martial body had a great advantage. It was not a lie to say that a martial body was invincible within the same level. The power of the martial body was even stronger than the physical bodies of pure-blooded divine beasts. Even without using battle skills, the power of the martial body was enough to fight against opponents of the same level. Although the blood-winged demon sun's demonic body was powerful, it was not as powerful as Gu Zhong's saint-level martial body. In a battle of the same level, he was destined to fail miserably. Bzzz. A ball of golden light appeared on Gu Zhong's body, blocking all the crimson demonic fire. Above the golden light, 9 golden marks of the way flowed. He did not retract his fist. He continued to punch towards the blood-winged demon sun. The powerful fist force shook the world. This was not the power of laws. Without using a saint-level battle skill, the power of heaven's wrath would not descend. Gu Zhong had used the power of the martial body. This power did not need to be activated by saint-level laws, so it would not trigger the power of heaven's wrath. Martial path battle skills were evolved from the laws of the way. If Gu Zhong used a martial path battle skill, it would trigger the power of heaven's wrath as long as the power of the skill surpassed the limit allowed by the human realm. How is this possible? The blood-winged demon sun was shocked to the extreme. He clearly sensed that the power of Gu Zhong's punch had exceeded the limits of the human world. But the power of heaven's wrath did not descend. It's the martial body, the power of your martial body. Very soon, the blood-winged demon sun understood that the power of his opponent's punch was not driven by a martial path battle skill. It was the purest release of the power of a martial body. This sort of strength didn't require the activation of grand Tao laws at all. Martial artists are indeed terrifying. Only then did the blood-winged demon sun understand why martial artists were able to compete with the strongest existences in the world in ancient times. The martial ancestor who had created the path of martial arts had even killed more than one demon ancestor. Boom! Without any suspense, Guzhong's tyrannical fist force sent the blood-winged demon's son flying again. The boundless, scarlet, blood, demonic fire dissipated under Guzhong's fist. "I can't accept this." The blood-winged demon's son roared in anger. The extremely strong fist energy that Guzhong had punched into his body exploded. Bang! His body violently exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A mass of bloody light wrapped around a thumb-sized figure and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. This was the blood-winged demon's son's spirit. Although his demonic body had been destroyed by Guzhong's punch, his spirit had not been seriously injured. If he could escape, he would be able to reconstruct his demonic body and recover in no time. However, at this moment he was at his weakest. The power of his spirit was limited, so it was impossible for him to compete with Guzhong. "Humph, you still want to escape at this time?" Guzhong used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just 1 step, he had already rushed over. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the mass of demonic light. "Don't kill me." At this moment, the blood-winged demon's son was scared out of his wits. He never expected that his opponent's speed would be much faster than his spirit flight. "Weren't you very arrogant? You even wanted to challenge my master. Why are you begging for mercy now?" Guzhong said mockingly as he looked at the demonic figure in the mass of demonic light in his hand. "Do you know who I am? I am the demon prince of the winged demons. If you kill me, my father will not let you go," the blood-winged demon's son said in a panic. The blood-winged devil's son said in a panic. He was in a complete mess right now and only wanted to live. "Winged demons, demon prince." Guzhong looked at the primordial spirit of the blood-winged devil son in his hand. His gaze turned sharp. He knew about the winged devil race in the devil cave. This race was the royal race of the devil race and was very powerful. The winged demon emperor was the legendary innate demon ancestor. He was one of the leaders of the demons in the demon cave. As the demon prince, the blood-winged demon son could do whatever he wanted in the demon cave. But now, not only was the insufferably arrogant blood-winged demon son defeated, but his life and death battle was also in the hands of his opponent. "Don't kill me. I can give you countless divine materials. I can even get sacred medicine for you." The blood-winged demon son said hurriedly, "Is that so?" Guzhong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Divine materials and sacred medicine were extremely tempting to any cultivator. "It's true. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to give you everything in my clan's treasury," the blood-winged demon son said. The blood-winged devil's son rushed to say, "He only wanted to live. I'll let you go." Guzhong's face immediately darkened. Then a dazzling golden light appeared on his 5 fingers. He clenched his fingers and was about to crush the blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit. "This guy is too naive. If I let him go, what can I do to him? Do I have to kill my way into the demon cave and drag this guy out? Don't." The blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit almost collapsed from fright. But at this time, Guzhong no longer bothered with the blood-winged demon son. He wanted to crush the blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit. However, at this moment, a blood-colored demonic rune suddenly appeared on the blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit. His entire Yuan spirit seemed to be burning. Swish! The demonic rune rushed out from the blood-winged demon son's body and turned into a demonic figure. "You're the one who wants to kill my son." An extremely dignified voice rang out in Guzhong's heart. Then he felt his hand shake. The blood-winged demon son's Yuan spirit broke free and rushed out. "This is..." Guzhong was shocked when he saw the demonic figure suddenly appear. Chapter 2540. The incarnation of the demon emperor was like a supreme demon that appeared in the world. Terrifying demonic might spread out in all directions, causing all the living beings in the surroundings to feel terrified. "Haha, you're dead for sure. Father, kill him." In the distance, the blood-winged demon son's soul laughed out loud. He never thought that his father would do something to his soul. The winged demon emperor was sleeping in the depths of the demon cavern, but he left a clone in the blood-winged demon son's soul. Once the blood-winged demon son was in danger and his soul couldn't escape, the clone would appear. "How dare you kill my son? Die!" The winged demon emperor's tone was extremely dignified. Then a huge hand slammed down from the sky towards Guzhong. Powerful demonic energy instantly sealed the surroundings. Guzhong felt his body tighten as a powerful force pressed down on him, causing him to almost be unable to straighten his back. What? Guzhong was shocked. It was just a clone, yet it was so powerful. It was truly unbelievable. "Eat my fist." Guzhong was getting stronger and stronger. He was still only using the power of his martial body. A tyrannical power erupted from his martial body, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the space around him. The clone in the sky was clearly shocked. He didn't think that a puny human would still be able to fight back. Boom! Guzhong's fist collided with the demonic hand that was swatting down from the sky. A muffled sound rang out, and the demonic hand dispersed. Guzhong was also knocked down from the sky by the powerful force from the demonic hand. With a bang, the ground beneath his feet caved in, causing dust to rise into the air. It's just a clone. What's there to be proud of? Guzhong shot into the sky. He used the Ascension's secret technique, and the potential of his martial body was stimulated. Golden runes appeared on his body. "Even though it's just a clone, it's enough to kill you," the clone said coldly. The clone of the winged demon emperor coldly spoke. Then the clone sent another palm towards Guzhong. This time, the demonic energy that erupted from the demonic palm was even more powerful. "Kill!" Guzhong directly punched upwards. A tyrannical fist force erupted from his fist, shaking the heavens and earth. The demonic chi that descended from the demonic hand dissipated. Boom! Another loud sound was heard as Guzhong's fist collided with the demonic hand once again. This time, Guzhong's fist directly shattered the demonic hand and instantly arrived in front of the demon emperor's incarnation. His speed was so fast that even the demon emperor's incarnation was taken aback. Heaven Ascension's secret technique? How is this possible? The Demon King's incarnation recognized this secret art and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. After all, these were the 9 secret arts created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Shua. While everyone was shocked, the Demon Emperor's clone suddenly disappeared into the void. It was as though he had entered the void and disappeared. The power of the great path of the void. Guzhong couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon seeing this. He cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. One of them was called Reverse Void, a secret art created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor using the profundities of the void. While Guzhong was still in shock, a figure silently appeared behind him. Then a palm slammed towards his head. Shua. Just as the demonic palm was about to hit Guzhong, Guzhong's body suddenly turned blurry. The demonic palm actually passed through his body. This is the Demon Emperor's incarnation was shocked. The winged Demon Emperor knew that there were very few people in the world who could match up to him in terms of his understanding of the great path of the void. But today, this puny human was actually using the profundities of the void to fight him. Very well. I'd like to see if your great path of the void is better or if my great path of the void is better. The winged Demon Emperor's incarnation's battle intent was ignited by Guzhong. At this moment, he finally saw Guzhong as an opponent. Shua. With that, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor disappeared into the void. Guzhong and the incarnation of the Demon Emperor dove into the void and fought in the void. A battle as such was much more dangerous than a battle in the outside world. A single misstep would result in the destruction of both their bodies and souls. 2 figures flickered continuously. Eventually, up in the sky, a part of the void was smashed apart by a demonic palm and a figure fell out of the void. This person was Gu Zhong. At the end of the day, the incarnation of the winged demon emperor was stronger. In a battle of the great path of the void, Gu Zhong wasn't a match for the incarnation of the winged demon emperor and was smashed out of the void. The winged demon emperor was a Khanate demon ancestor at the end of the day. He was extremely strong and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Supremes. Even though it was just an incarnation, it wasn't something that Gu Zhong could deal with. Bam! The demonic palm vibrated and Gu Zhong was sent flying once again. If it weren't for the fact that his martial body was strong enough, he would have long been smashed into pieces by that demonic palm. Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of meters away and crashed into a mountain peak. The powerful impact caused the mountain peak to shatter. Rubble flew everywhere and dust soared into the sky. Father, don't kill him. I want to suppress him in purgatory. He will beg for death, but he can't. He will suffer all kinds of torture. The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son shouted from afar. All right. The incarnation of the demon emperor said. Even though he was only an incarnation, there was no difference between him and the winged demon emperor. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already rushed out from the collapsed mountain. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The martial body of the Saint Realm was injured. The martial body of the Saint Realm was extremely strong and almost invincible among those of the same level. However, it was hard to resist the incarnation of the demon emperor. One could imagine how strong and terrifying the existence of the Khanate demon ancestor was. Swoosh! Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and rushed towards the direction of the eastern royal city. With every step he took, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. Where do you think you're going? The incarnation of the demon emperor chased after Gu Zhong. The speed of the incarnation was not to be underestimated. It was so fast that even Gu Zhong was shocked. Haha, didn't you just say that you want to kill me? The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son laughed in the sky. Seal the heavens and earth. The incarnation of the demon emperor cast a supreme demonic technique. Demonic runes appeared in the sky. Every demonic rune emitted a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire world was sealed, and Gu Zhong happened to be sealed in this part of the void. What? Chapter 2541. The Demon King's incarnation was extremely powerful. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Rumble, the void trembled. The entire world was sealed by a supreme demonic power. Demonic runes rushed out from the Demon King's incarnation, imprinting themselves in all directions. The immense power sealed Gu Zhong in the void, suppressing him so much that his bones produced cracking sounds as if they were about to shatter. What? Gu Zhong was in disbelief. There was actually such an existence in this world that could suppress him? How was this possible? One should know that Gu Zhong was a martial saint. His martial body was so powerful that it could even shatter saint tools. How could such a powerful saint body be suppressed? Roar! Gu Zhong roared. His body shone with golden light as a powerful force erupted from his body. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, each emitting a powerful aura of the great Tao. The entire world that was sealed by the Demon King's incarnation began to tremble. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? The blood-winged demon son's soul sent out a disdainful divine sense from afar. Loser, if it wasn't for your father doing something to your soul, you would have died countless times already. Gu Zhong said coldly, Father, quickly destroy his martial body, extract his soul, and suppress him in purgatory. The blood-winged demon's son shouted. That's easy, said the Demon King's incarnation, said the Demon Emperor's incarnation. After that, a demonic hand grabbed towards Gu Zhong. Demonic runes appeared on the demonic hand, interweaving with each other to form a supreme demonic energy. This, Gu Zhong's expression changed when he sensed the ripples of power from the demon hand. This power was enough to destroy his martial body. He felt danger. Preposterous. Gu Zhong panicked. If he was really suppressed in purgatory, he would be better off dead. It was hard to imagine that the incarnation of a demon ancestor could be so powerful. If the true demon ancestor descended, wouldn't he be able to destroy this world? It was hard to imagine how powerful the true innate demon ancestor was. The battle prowess of a demon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme being was absolutely terrifying. Void reversal. Gu Zhong used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, wanting to merge with the void of heaven and earth and enter the chaotic void. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding space had been completely sealed by the power of the Demon Emperor's avatar. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art, had lost its effect. How is this possible? Gu Zhong's shock was no small matter. One must know that the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. But now, even his trump card was useless. He used several secret arts of the immortal Tao, but they were all ineffective. Under the absolute suppression of the demonic Tao, even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, known as the undefeatable secret arts, could not break through the Demon Emperor's clone's sealing power. If you want to seal me, you'll have to pay the price. Seeing that the demonic hand was about to grab him, Gu Zhong gritted his teeth and was about to circulate his mysterious art and self-destruct his martial body. However, at this moment, the entire void that was sealed by the Demon King's incarnation suddenly shook violently. A giant golden hand broke through the sealing force and struck in from the outside. Countless demonic runes crumbled and dissipated under the power of the golden hand. Die. Gu Zhong only felt his body lighten. The supreme power that was suppressing him immediately weakened by more than half. He immediately used the primordial spirit sword of materialization. A primordial spirit sword rushed out from his forehead and instantly slashed at the blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit, who was still gloating over Gu Zhong's misfortune. "Father, save me!" The primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son was shocked. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The speed of the primordial spirit Tao sword was so fast that it slashed the primordial spirit of the blood-winged demon son in an instant. "I don't want to die." The blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit revealed an extremely horrified expression. The primordial spirit sword directly slashed through his primordial spirit, and his primordial spirit dissipated in the void. The demon son of the eastern region, Demon Cave, had died just like that. He had died in Gu Zhong's hands. Roar! Seeing that the blood-winged demon son's primordial spirit was slashed by Gu Zhong's primordial spirit sword, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor instantly went crazy. Terrifying demonic power spread in all directions, and the entire heaven and earth began to collapse. However, it was very strange. Although the incarnation of the Demon Emperor displayed a destructive demonic might, the power of heaven's wrath from the depths of the sky did not descend. In other words, the power displayed by the incarnation of the Demon Emperor did not exceed the limits of the human realm. However, the might of this power was absolutely shocking. The means of a supreme existence were truly shocking. "You're just an incarnation, yet you actually want to kill my disciple." At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Gu Zhong's ears, which surprised and delighted him. Only now did he know who had saved him from the demonic hand. "Who are you?" The incarnation of the Demon Emperor roared. The golden hand destroyed all the demonic crests that were branded in the surroundings with a single palm strike, and it forced the Demon Emperor's clone to retreat. This power did not exceed the limits of the human realm, but the power displayed was still earth-shattering. Who I am is not something that a mere incarnation like you has the right to know. The golden hand dissipated, and a figure appeared in the sky, staring coldly at the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, who was shrouded in demonic aura. "Master!" At this moment, Gu Zhong rushed over and knelt before that person. This person was none other than Gu Fei. "Get up." Gu Fei waved his right hand and said, "Yes." Gu Zhong quickly replied. After that, he stood up and retreated behind Gu Fei. Although he had a lot of things to say when he saw his master again, this was not the time to do so. Yu too, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, was shocked and furious. His disciple was already so powerful. How could his master be? The people from the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity are all trash. To think that they allowed these demons to wreak havoc in the eastern region without even daring to let out a fart. Gu Zhong said, "Yes, they're indeed trash." Gu Fei nodded. "Kill." At this moment, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor made his move. The demon let out a furious roar and reached out with his hand, grabbing at Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Rumble, the void trembled. The demon's hand instantly covered the entire sky, trapping Gu Fei and Gu Zhong within it, trying to grab both of them to death. The demonic energy emanating from the demon's hand was extremely strong. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the demon's hand. "Disciple, today your master shall impart the 9th secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path to you. Watch carefully." As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky and welcomed the descending demon's hand. A mysterious Taoist rhyme surged from his body. The destructive energy that descended from the demon's hand was instantly dispelled by the Taoist rhyme emitted from Gu Fei's body. The incarnation of the Demon Emperor was extremely shocked. 2 blood-red eyes shot out from within the demonic energy, looking at Gu Fei as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Buzz! The void trembled as a misty, immortal light spread out from Gu Fei's body. Then, the demon's hand that came crashing down from the sky crumbled. Boundless demonic energy dissipated in the void. Even the incarnation of the Demon Emperor was shrouded by the immortal light, causing the demonic energy on his body to dissipate by half. It's really the Wu secret. How is this possible? The incarnation of the Demon Emperor recognized this secret art. He immediately retreated to avoid it. However, Gu Fei would not let this demon go so easily. He used the 8 desolation steps and displayed his extreme speed. In just a few steps, he had already caught up to the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. Yu, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, was terrified. He quickly retreated, turning into a demonic light in an attempt to get rid of Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei moved like a shadow. The misty immortal light continued to envelop the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. In just a few breaths' time, the incarnation of the Demon Emperor's figure dimmed, as if it could completely dissipate in the void at any time. In the hands of Gu Fei, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was much more powerful than when Gu Zhong used them. "I'm going all out." The incarnation of the Demon Emperor roared and turned around to pounce at Gu Fei. Boundless demonic light bloomed from his body, silently destroying the void that was enveloped by the demonic light. The incarnation of the demon ancestor completely dissipated, turning into demonic light. However, the power of the Wu secret art was simply too powerful. The demonic light that was enveloped by the misty immortal light quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness by the power of the Wu secret art. Is this the power of the Wu secret art? Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The legendary Wu secret art was truly heaven-defying. The incarnation of the Demon Emperor was so powerful that even Gu Zhong wasn't a match for it. Yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. It was cleanly dispelled by the Wu secret art. The moment Gu Fei used the Wu secret art to destroy the incarnation of the Demon Emperor, a furious roar came from the deepest part of the demon cavern. A demonic figure materialized in the sky above the great tomb and roared at the sky. At this time, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong returned to the East Royal City. With Gu Zhong's return, Gu Fei was no longer alone. Gu Zhong could handle trivial matters. Gu Fei also imparted one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Wu secret art to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's battle prowess would greatly increase after cultivating the Wu secret art. If he had mastered the Wu secret art during the battle with the Incarnation, he might not have lost to the Incarnation. Chapter 2542. Inside a stone chamber in Eastern Imperial City, Gu Zhong was practicing the Void Riddle. The last of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Void Riddle, was definitely the most profound of them all because it was created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor when he was at his strongest. Some people said that the 9th secret was the nemesis of the first 8, a truly invincible secret art. At this moment, countless runes appeared in the stone chamber. The interior of the chamber formed a world of its own. Being inside was akin to entering a battlefield. Rumble! In the dusky sky, chariots charged towards Gu Zhong. On each chariot stood an incomparably powerful general. Come! Gu Zhong stomped on the ground with his right foot. Borrowing the force of this stomp, he soared into the sky and pounced into the battle formation that was charging towards him. This was a killing move created by the battlefield. It was as if one was in a battlefield, fighting with all their might in order to stimulate the potential of those cultivating in the battlefield. This was because a cultivator's potential could only be stimulated at the juncture of life and death. However, this kind of battlefield was nothing to Gu Zhong. He threw a punch, and the dozen chariots that were charging towards him immediately collapsed in the void. Too weak, Gu Zhong didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. The cultivation grounds of Eastern Imperial City were only at this level. In fact, it wasn't easy to set up a stone chamber like this. Using an array formation to evolve a battle domain was not something that just anyone could use. Rumble! At this moment, over 1,000 chariots appeared before Gu Zhong, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. They formed into a battle formation and charged towards Gu Zhong. The power of over 1,000 chariots gathered together was enough to slaughter saints. Even Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved at this moment. This should be it. Gu Zhong's fighting spirit had finally been ignited. Rays of golden light surged out from his body and revolved around him like golden lightning. Void Riddle. Gu Zhong growled, and his eyes turned extremely sharp. He directly used the 9th secret of the immortal path, the nihility. A hazy immortal light radiated from his body. The immortal light was inconspicuous and seemed very ordinary. But at that moment, the charging generals on the chariots all disappeared into thin air along with their chariots. Anything that was enveloped by the misty immortal light, whether it was a general or a chariot, was instantly reduced to nothingness. Gu Zhong charged forward, his entire body radiating hazy immortal light. The 1,000 war chariots that were charging towards him were all vaporized by the power of the secret art of nothingness that spread from his body. Even Gu Zhong was stunned by the power displayed by the secret word Wu. Just as Gu Zhong was cultivating in the stone chamber, the atmosphere in the East Imperial City became incomparably oppressive. Someone saw the experts of the Dongfang family appearing outside the East Imperial City. Some even saw Dong Huang's figure. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew if they were true or false. The Dongfang family had produced Dong Huang. Of course, this Dong Huang wasn't the invincible human emperor of the ancient times, Dong Huang. Dong Huang was very mysterious and never showed his true face. It was as if he was always wearing a bronze mask. There was no doubt that Dong Huang was strong because he had already become a sage. In the East Imperial City, there was no one from his generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Perhaps only the goddess of the primordial Zhao family was qualified to be Dong Huang's opponent. After the Dongfang family appeared, some people also saw the experts of the primordial Zhao family appearing outside the East Imperial City. They seemed to be spying on Gu Fei and his disciple in the city. At this time, only Gu Fei and Gu Zhong lived in the huge city governor's mansion of East Royal City. Due to the fear of Gu Fei's reputation, the cultivators of the various cultivation families in the East Imperial City didn't dare to get too close to the city lord's residence. It should be noted that Gu Fei's reputation had been earned through fighting. Who would dare to provoke such a fierce person? Ever since the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family appeared in the vicinity of the East Imperial City, the cultivators in the East Imperial City were anxious. The atmosphere in the East Imperial City was extremely tense. A storm is brewing. It seems that this feud will be difficult to resolve. On a mountain peak outside the East Imperial City, an old man muttered to himself as he looked at the East Imperial City. This battle is inevitable. The problem is that no one knows when it will break out. The older generation of cultivators in the East Imperial City were discussing. They more or less knew about the feud between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. However, the younger cultivators were extremely excited. They couldn't wait for the battle to break out. Another peaceful and depressing day passed, and night fell. In a valley outside of the East Royal City, there was a stone table, and around it sat 3 people. Dragon's servant, my cousin has really come to the East Imperial City. Beside the stone table, a young man waving a folding fan suddenly said to an old servant in green behind him, "It should be true." The old servant in green said, "Haha, there's going to be a good show this time." Opposite the young man sat a tall and skinny middle-aged man. "What kind of show?" Another young man in embroidered robes glanced at the middle-aged man doubtfully. The Zhao clan's goddess is extremely stunning and is one of the strongest young talents in the Zhao clan. However, if she were to meet Gu Fei, who would win? The tall and skinny middle-aged man glanced at the two and said, "My cousin is indeed powerful." The young man waving the folding fan said expressionlessly. He had to admit that although they were cousins, they were also competitors. "I really want to know what will happen when the two of them meet," the young man in embroidered robes said. "You will find out soon," the young man waving the folding fan said. Just as the 3 powerful cultivators in the valley were guessing who was stronger between the Zhao clan's goddess and Gu Fei, in another direction, on a mountain peak, stood a silhouette. It was a slender silhouette wearing clothes whiter than snow. When the mountain wind blew, her fine black hair danced in the wind. It was an otherworldly lady. However, this woman was wearing a sinister bronze mask on her face. "Gu Fei, you're finally back." A voice that was like the sound of nature rang out. Behind the bronze mask, a pair of sharp eyes shot out, and a strong desire to fight spread out from the lady's body. In the next moment, a cool breeze blew past the mountain peak, and the silhouette disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. Gu Fei's return was not a secret. The great sects and clans in the Tonglong continent already knew about it. Gu Fei! In the southern wasteland, in the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, a young man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. 2 incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out from his eyes, like 2 lightning bolts, instantly illuminating the dark world. On a spiritual mountain in the Buddhist country of the West, an old monk who no longer cared about worldly affairs came out from his cultivation place and chanted a supreme Buddhist mantra. That evil person actually came back alive. The old monk shook his head helplessly and left the spiritual mountain, disappearing from the world. Nobody knew where he went. The Buddhist country of the West and Gu Fei had a deep grudge. Gu Fei once overturned half of the spiritual mountain, causing the Buddhist country of the West to suffer great losses. It almost shook the foundation of the Buddhist country of the West. In the Eastern Royal City of the Eastern Domain, Gu Fei sensed many powerful cultivators around the Eastern Royal City. Moreover, there were more and more of them. He didn't know if there were any of his enemies among them. In the Tonglong continent, Gu Fei definitely had a lot of enemies. On a dark and windy night, a black silhouette silently entered the Eastern Royal City's governor's mansion. As soon as the black silhouette entered the mansion, a silhouette came out from the side and blocked his way. "A guy who hides his head but shows his tail." That person looked at the black-clothed man with an incomparably sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through him. "Gu Zhong, After the black-clothed man saw the person's appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had just entered the mansion, but the other party had already noticed him. Swish! At this moment, Gu Zhong had already made his move. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the black-clothed man. His right hand was like a hook, directly grabbing towards the face of the black-clothed man, wanting to take away his mask. The black-clothed man's feet moved, and he retreated to avoid the attack. Gu Zhong's 5 fingers grabbed onto nothing but air. However, he immediately charged forward like a shadow and threw a punch at the black-clothed man's chest. The powerful force of the punch instantly exploded and sent the black-clothed man flying. How is this possible? The black-clothed man was extremely shocked. Not to mention Gu Fei, he wasn't even a match for Gu Fei's disciple. This was the gap between them. Although the black-clothed man was unwilling to accept this reality, the reality was the reality. Nobody could change this outcome. The black-clothed man knew that he couldn't do anything, so he decisively turned around and fled. However, it was too late. Gu Zhong had already used the 8 desolate steps and used the extreme speed of 8 steps to catch up. A misty immortal light spread out from Gu Zhong's body and instantly enveloped the black-clothed man who was running away. Roar! Immediately, the black-clothed man let out a miserable howl. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and directly disappeared in the void. The black-clothed man felt that his strength was rapidly fading. How could this be? At this moment, the black-clothed man was scared out of his wits. "Don't kill me," the black-clothed man hurriedly begged. Humph. Chapter 2543. In the face of provocation, one must fiercely fight back. No matter who this black-clothed man was, he dared to barge into the East Royal City, so he was the enemy of Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Rumble! The golden hand pressed down from the sky, causing the void to tremble. The dazzling golden light lit up the dark night sky. Everyone in the East Imperial City was alarmed. Without any suspense, the black-clothed man was directly smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Courting death. Gu Zhong left these words behind and returned to the governor's mansion. The cultivators who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Zhong's method was too powerful. A powerful cultivator was killed just like that. Of course, many people knew that Gu Zhong killed the black-clothed man to deter those who were tempted to cause trouble in the East Imperial City. After all, the East Imperial City was the Dongfang family's base camp in the Eastern Domain. It had been in operation for countless years. The cultivation clans in the city were more or less related to the Dongfang family. Many of the cultivation clans in the East Imperial City were definitely loyal to the Dongfang family. They would do anything for the Dongfang family. However, even Gu Zhong himself wasn't sure if the strength that Gu Zhong displayed could deter these people. After Gu Zhong killed the black-clothed man, no one dared to have any ideas about the East Imperial City. At this time, Gu Fei and his disciple were breaking the formation. The East Imperial City was one of the Dongfang family's bases. It had been managed by the Dongfang family for countless years. There were many forbidden areas in the governor's mansion. In front of a pavilion in the depths of the governor's mansion, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were carefully inspecting the surrounding power of the heavens and earth. It was a pavilion that was sealed. In fact, this pavilion was the famous treasure pavilion in the East Imperial City. It was the place where the Dongfang family stored their divine materials. Before Dongfang Zun was chased away by Gu Fei, he activated the protective formation of the treasure pavilion and sealed the entire pavilion to prevent the divine materials from falling into Gu Fei's hands. In the East Imperial City, no one dared to have any ideas about the treasure pavilion. However, it was different now. The current owner of the governor's mansion wasn't Dongfang Zun. Gu Fei couldn't care less about the forbidden areas. This treasure vault was simply a divine treasury. How could he possibly miss out on such an item? "Master, This is a saint-ranked formation. It won't be easy to break this formation. Gu Zhong said to Gu Fei. After checking the surroundings of the treasure house, Gu Zhong came to this conclusion. What a pity! If I had the extreme Tao saint weapon with me, I would be able to break through any holy formation. Gu Fei sighed. He was being too careful. The extreme Tao sacred artifacts were all on his main body, but this indestructible war body did not have any magic artifacts. Gu Fei sighed. He was too careful. The saint body was carrying the saint body, but the indestructible battle physique didn't have any saint weapon. The extreme saint weapon was too important, so Gu Fei could not risk it. If anything happened to the indestructible combat physique, the extreme saint weapon would be lost. The saint weapon was too important. Gu Fei couldn't risk it. If the indestructible battle physique were to encounter any mishaps, the saint weapon would be gone. Master, it looks like we can only slowly break through this treasure vault, Gu Zhong said after pondering for a long time. That's the only way. Gu Fei nodded. Although this method was time-consuming, it was the safest. Every floor of the treasure pavilion was shrouded in divine light and immortal qi. Every floor contained a large amount of divine materials. Moreover, these divine materials didn't belong to a single person. They belonged to the entire Dongfang family. Therefore, even Dongfang Zun, who was extremely important in the Dongfang family, couldn't use them. What happened next was easy. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong worked together to set up a great formation outside the treasure pavilion. Then, they used the power of the formation to wear down the treasure pavilion's defensive formation. Throughout the latter half of the night, divine light shone out from the depths of the governor's mansion. The power of the heaven and earth was changing. Essence qi began to gather towards the governor's mansion. What's going on? What are those two malefactors doing? All the cultivators in the East Royal City were bewildered. They could sense powerful energy, fluctuations coming from the city lord's mansion. No one knew what Gu Fei and his disciple were doing in the governor's mansion. The next day, when the sky was just getting brighter, there were no more energy fluctuations coming from the governor's mansion. However, all the cultivators could sense that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Someone changed the power of the heaven and earth. Some of the older cultivators said such words. All the cultivators were shocked. Changing the power of the heaven and earth was extremely shocking, especially in the East Royal City. This kind of speculation was discussed in a small circle. After all, the mortals in the East Royal City couldn't sense anything. They were still living in peace. Damn it, those two master and disciple must be eyeing those places. In a quiet valley 1,000 miles away from the East Royal City, a furious roar was heard. Father, even though they're powerful, we can't lose our footing. A voice that sounded like the sounds of nature rang out. The valley was like a fairyland. Mist and multicolored light were faintly discernible. There were bird song and fragrant flowers everywhere. Mountain springs dotted the place, and pavilions could be faintly seen in the forest. Those people are cowards. They don't dare to use ancestral treasures. Next to a spirit spring, in a pavilion, two people were talking. It was a man and a woman. The man was a handsome young man, and the woman was dressed in white clothes. She was an unbelievably beautiful fairy. They weren't a couple, but a father and a daughter. Father, don't blame them. I heard that this Gu Fei has a sacred weapon. Even if we use ancestral treasures, we might not be able to kill him. The lady in white said. The young man was Dongfang Zun, who was beaten by Gu Fei. The lady in white was Dongfang Zun's daughter, Dongfang Yao, who had joined the archaic Dao Gate. At this moment, Dongfang Zun was furious. Losing to Gu Fei was a great humiliation to him. He wanted to take back the East Royal City from Gu Fei, but the clan didn't allow him to use ancestral treasures. To Dongfang Zun, only by using ancestral treasures could he have a chance to kill the enemy of the Dongfang clan. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang clan were worried. One should know that ancestral treasures were very important and couldn't be used easily. If they lost them, the Dongfang clan would be in big trouble. Those guys are so disappointing. Dongfang Zun was furious. Father, actually using ancestral treasures isn't the only way to deal with Gu Fei. Chapter 2544. In the valley, Dongfang Zun and his daughter were discussing how to deal with Gu Fei and his disciple. If he couldn't do it openly, then he would do it in the dark. One of Dongfang Yao's senior brothers was about to come to the eastern region to travel, which gave Dongfang Yao a chance to resist Gu Fei and his disciple. Furthermore, the only son of the primordial eras, Zhao clan had a special liking for Dongfang Yao and had never given up on the idea of marrying her. In Dongfang Yao's opinion, these were all resources that could be used. For several days in a row, the various forces seemed to be very restrained. Even the terrifying devils in the devil's den had quietened down these few days. The death of the blood-winged demon's son infuriated the winged demons. However, they knew how powerful Gu Fei and his disciple were. Therefore, they were unwilling to make a move. On the other hand, the Zhao clan of the ancients continued to observe. They did not make it clear that they were in an alliance with the Dongfang clan. One should know that the Zhao clan of the ancients had paid a heavy price to resolve their grudge with Gu Fei. The Zhao family of the ancients did not want to fight with Gu Fei again, as it was not in their interest. For the Zhao clan of the primordial, the benefits of the clan were more important than the alliance between the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. The Zhao clan of the primordial would not offend Gu Fei for the Dongfang clan. Surprisingly, the Dongfang family did not react at all. They did not immediately seek revenge on Gu Fei and his disciple, nor did they make any moves to recapture the eastern imperial city. The Dongfang family's reaction made it hard for anyone to guess what was going on. Just when all the forces thought that the Dongfang family was going to be a coward, Dongfang Zun suddenly appeared outside the east royal city at dusk. Shua. A figure appeared in front of Dongfang Zun and looked at him coldly. You are Dongfang Zun. It was Gu Zhong. He happened to be patrolling nearby, so he came here immediately and stopped Dongfang Zun, who was about to enter the East Royal City. Humph! Dongfang Zun snorted coldly and turned around to leave. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His speed was extremely fast. Where do you think you're going? When Gu Zhong saw that Dongfang Zun was about to escape, he quickly chased after him. Using the 8 desolate steps, Yi Futian moved quickly in the air. The distance between the two of them was rapidly shrinking. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they soon rushed into the mountains thousands of miles away. Then Dongfang Zun stopped running and stopped in the depths of the mountains. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as the two great experts fought. Unimaginably powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the depths of the mountain, causing the entire mountain ridge to shake. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Dongfang Zun said coldly as he attacked Gu Zhong. You lured me here. Did you do something to this place? At this moment, how could Gu Zhong not understand that there was only a single reason why the other party had appeared outside the East Emperor City, and that was to draw him here? Haha, you guessed it right. Today is the day you die. Dongfang Zun laughed. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was a figure sitting cross-legged on an array platform. It was a goddess in white. On the platform, a series of runes appeared indistinctly. Raise the array. The goddess, sitting cross-legged on the platform, let out a loud cry, then directly activated the platform. Rumble. The earth shook. 10 stone pillars broke out from the ground and rushed out. They were 10 stone pillars that were covered with mysterious and ancient runes. The 10 stone pillars quickly rose from the ground into the sky, enveloping an area of several hundred kilometers. While Gu Zhong was fighting with Dongfang Zun, he was secretly shocked. This Dongfang Zun had really dug a big hole for me to jump into. It was not an easy thing to set up a great array that covered hundreds of miles. It seemed that this Dongfang Zun had set up an ambush here. Haha, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your master. Dongfang Zun was overjoyed and excited. This great array was one of the ancestral arrays of the Dongfang family. It was called the 10 Slaughtering Array, and it was a saint-level slaughtering array. At this moment, runes appeared on Dongfang Zun's body. An extremely powerful force burst out from his body. Bam! Dongfang Zun directly pushed Guzhong back with a palm strike. Then he sat cross-legged in the void and used all his strength to activate the power of the 10 killing formation. Countless runes rushed out of the 10 stone pillars, and a layer of light curtain enveloped the space of hundreds of miles around the 10 stone pillars. The entire mountain changed its color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Guzhong was shocked. At this moment, the 10 slaughtering array had already been activated. The terrifying power kept increasing, and the essence of the universe was gathering. You want to kill me with this slaughtering array? You're too naive. Guzhong calmed down and looked around. The 10 slaughtering array had sealed the void, and there seemed to be no flaw in it. Bam! Guzhong used the heaven-covering palm to test the waters. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void and slapped towards a stone pillar in front of him. Rumble. Space trembled. Guzhong's heaven-covering hand had displayed a great might and had actually managed to shake the light barrier that sealed the world. However, when the large hand slammed against the stone pillar, it was unable to shake the stone pillar. The stone pillar emitted a powerful energy fluctuation, directly shattering Guzhong's heaven-covering palm. Guzhong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. All right, let me send you on your way. At this moment, Dongfang Zun had already guided the power of the 10 slaughtering array into his body. He was the master of the 10 slaughtering array. Every move he made contained great power. Boom! Dongfang Zun raised his hand, and a dazzling lightning shot out from his hand towards Guzhong. Guzhong waved his hand and shattered the lightning. He then used the golden element fist and took a step forward, sending a punch towards Dongfang Zun's chest. Dongfang Zun stretched out his hand to meet Guzhong's fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, Guzhong's fist collided with Dongfang Zun's hand. Two powerful forces clashed, and a destructive storm swept out. Sand and stones flew in the 10 slaughtering array. What? At this moment, Guzhong felt an unstoppable force erupting from Dongfang Zun's palm, sending him flying. How is this possible? Chapter 2545. The 10 slaughtering formation displayed its great power. 10 stone pillars sealed off all directions, trapping Guzhong in the formation. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. An endless amount of worldly essence gathered towards the 10 slaughtering formation. At this moment, Dongfang Zun, who was in the 10 slaughtering formation, seemed to have turned into an invincible god of war. With a wave of his hand, he sent Guzhong flying away. I have the power of the 10 slaughtering formation. What makes you think you can fight against me? Dongfang Zun shouted. He then took a step forward and approached Guzhong in an instant. He reached out his hand and pressed towards Guzhong. The entire space collapsed under his hand. The space was collapsing and turned into a destructive force that rushed towards Guzhong. Roar! Guzhong felt a great pressure. He roared and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He then punched towards Dongfang Zun's hand with all his might. An extremely powerful fist energy exploded on his fist. The power of metal surged violently in Guzhong's body. 9 golden runes appeared on his body, emitting an endless amount of Taoist rhymes. On his fist there was a dazzling golden light, as if it had turned into a golden sun. It emitted an endless amount of golden light and rose from the ground. Rumble! 2 extremely powerful forces clashed. The giant hand that Dongfang Zun had conjured enveloped the heaven and earth, sealing the space and drawing upon the power of the 10 slaughtering formation. It displayed a terrifying might that could destroy the heaven and earth. Preposterous! How could he be this strong? Gu Zhong could not help but be shocked. The power of the 10 slaughtering formation was far too powerful. He was extremely shocked. His invincible fist energy could not even break through the giant hand. His golden fist broke through the layers of power that came crashing down from his opponent's hand and collided with it. Bzzz. The moment the two forces clashed, the entire heaven and earth rumbled. Then a pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Dazzling lightning bolts shot out from the 10 stone pillars and entered Dongfang Zun's body. Immediately, Dongfang Zun's body began to radiate with dazzling lightning. "I'll strike you with 5 thunders." Dongfang Zun's hand shook and an endless amount of 5-colored lightning shot out from his hand. It emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and shot towards Gu Zhong. 5-element divine lightning. Gu Zhong's expression changed when he saw this. This fellow had the power of the gravitational killing formation. He was probably invincible here. Damn it. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resounded as the 5-colored lightning struck Gu Zhong's fist, shattering his fist force. Then the 5-colored lightning engulfed Gu Zhong in an instant. A ball of colorful lightning fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground exploded. The 5-colored lightning directly smashed a large pit in the ground. Within the pit, there were streaks of 5-colored lightning wreaking havoc. At this moment, Gu Zhong was struck by the 5 elements divine lightning to the point that his entire body was twitching. His hair was standing on end, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Clang! Before Gu Zhong could return to his senses, golden blades of light immediately fell from the sky. Each blade of light emitted a powerful ripple of power that cut through the void. Rumble! The earth trembled, and countless golden light blades fell like rain into the huge pit on the ground, completely submerging Gu Zhong. Dust rose high into the sky. Die! Up in the sky, Dongfang Zun waved both of his hands. Golden light blades and 5-colored lightning continuously bombarded the huge pit on the ground. Under the impact of the powerful energy, the entire ground undulated like waves. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed everything. He should be dead. Dongfang Zun only stopped after a long while of frenzied attacks. He said while panting heavily. He stared at the dusty crater with a smile on his face. He could no longer sense the aura of Gu Zhong in the pit. He really killed Gu Zhong. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, looked at the scene in shock. She could not believe that a powerful martial saint had died. Humph! What invincible! Just SOO. Dongfang Zun said coldly. Haha, Gu Zhong is dead. Gu Fei is going to go crazy this time. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao was pleasantly surprised. Gu Zhong was a martial saint, the left and right hand of Gu Fei. Killing Gu Zhong was equivalent to cutting off one of Gu Fei's arms. However, at this moment, Dongfang Zun's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he felt his body tighten. He was being hugged tightly from behind. What? Dongfang Zun's shock was not small at all. Do you think you can kill me with this level of attack? A voice rang in Dongfang Zun's ears. Roar! Dongfang Zun struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the other party's embrace. However, the other party's arms and legs were tightly wrapped around his body. He could not break free at all. How is this possible? Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Yao was stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw that Gu Zhong had suddenly appeared behind her father without a sound and hugged him. Kill! Gu Zhong roared, and the power of his martial body exploded. This was not a saint-class technique or divine ability. It was purely the power of his martial body and did not involve any saint-class Tao law. However, even if the power of his martial body did not involve any saint-class Tao law, Its strength was definitely not weaker than the power of a saint-class Dao Law. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Dongfang Zun's body. With the power of Gu Zhong's martial body, Dongfang Zun did not know how many of his bones were broken. Even though he was an ancient sage, Dongfang Zun almost fainted from the pain. His broken ribs pierced into his internal organs as he vomited blood. Slash! Dongfang Zun roared furiously. A resplendent celestial light shone from the center of his brows, drawing upon the power of the 10 extremities. The 10 stone pillars trembled at the same time. Then, a heavenly blade appeared on each of the stone pillars, slashing towards Gu Zhong, who was on his back. The heavenly sabers formed by the power of the stone pillars emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, as though a true peerless divine saber had appeared between the heavens and earth. Swoosh! The 10 heavenly sabers slashed towards Gu Zhong at the same time. The terrifying power of destruction directly split the void between the heavens and earth. Let me show you what the indestructible golden body is. Gu Zhong roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden radiance. 9 golden Tao patterns emerged on his body as the power of his martial body was completely stimulated. Boom! The void trembled. At the same time, Gu Zhong also performed the secret technique of ascension, pushing the power of his martial body to the limit. His entire being was like a god of war burning with golden divine flames. Bang! As soon as Gu Zhong exerted his strength, the body of Dongfang Zun that he was hugging immediately exploded. A ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit that soared into the sky. Dongfang Zun's body was actually crushed by Gu Zhong's grip, turning into a bloody mist. At the same time, the 10 heavenly sabers slashed towards Gu Zhong's body. The edge of the saber broke through Gu Zhong's protective golden light and slashed into his body. Roar! Gu Zhong roared angrily. His body shook, and the 10 heavenly sabers that slashed into his body were forced out by him. Then, the sabers shattered in the void. The places that were slashed by the 10 heavenly sabers oozed golden blood. The wounds could not be healed in a short period of time. Saber chi that contains the killing intent of the great path. Gu Zhong looked at the wounds on his body, and his pupils constricted. At this moment, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit had already fled far away. Having lost his physical body, it was difficult for him to activate the power of the 10 absolutes. This made him both shocked and angry. One should know that even as an ancient saint, his primordial spirit would probably dissipate before he could kill Gu Zhong if he activated the power of the 10 absolutes when he was only left with his primordial spirit. Yao, come and kill this guy for me. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit said to Dongfang Yao, who was outside the 10 killings formation. Yes, father. Dongfang Yao activated the formation platform under her feet. A ball of divine light immediately wrapped around Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit and moved it out of the 10 killings formation. Gu Zhong wanted to take action, but it was too late. At this moment, the formation platform under Dongfang Yao's feet broke through the void and entered the 10 killings formation. You are Dongfang Yao? Gu Zhong asked coldly, staring at the goddess who had entered the 10 killings formation. Dongfang Yao stood on the formation platform, her white robe fluttering in the wind. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was indeed eye-catching. However, this was nothing to Gu Zhong. One should know that his wife was the previous saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. The saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was definitely not inferior to Dongfang Yao. In some aspects, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground was even better than Dongfang Yao. Gu Zhong, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Dongfang Yao looked at Gu Zhong and said calmly, as if victory was already in her grasp. Humph, many people want to kill me, but I am still alive. Those who want to kill me are all dead, Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. He was very confident in his cultivation and combat strength. Although Dongfang Yao was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's use facts to prove it. Dongfang Yao was very direct. She sat down on the platform, and runes began to appear on it. Rumble! The entire space, sealed by the 10 stone pillars, trembled. Dongfang Yao had actually activated the power of the entire 10 Killings formation in an instant, which surprised Gu Zhong. I see. Gu Zhong stared at the formation platform under Dongfang Yao. He could sense a pulse of energy from the platform that came from the same source as the 10 Killings formation. He couldn't help but admire Dongfang Zun and his daughter's cautiousness. They had actually prepared something like this. Dongfang Zun was a human-shaped formation platform. By imprinting formation runes on him, he could activate the power of the 10 Killings formation and multiply his combat ability. Chapter 2546. Dongfang Yao controlled the 10 Slaughtering Matrix and activated the power of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. The weather within the 10 Slaughtering Matrix changed. The sun and moon dimmed as blinding divine light and lightning filled the place. Hundreds of miles of land turned into a killing zone. Spiritual chi from all directions was absorbed into the 10 Slaughtering Matrix, multiplying the power of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. So what? You and your daughter are destined to be defeated by me. Gu Zhong's entire body shone with golden light. Like a golden god of war, 9 golden runes appeared on his body, releasing an endless aura of the great path. The 10 wounds inflicted by the heaven's blade gradually healed. The divine power of the indestructible golden body began to explode, erasing the murderous aura of the great path on his wounds. Humph! Dongfang Yao sat on the Matrix platform and sneered without saying anything. At this moment, she activated the 10 ultimate powers of the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. A gigantic silhouette appeared on her body, as if summoning a terrifying existence. Rumble! The entire 10 Slaughtering Matrix shook violently. Countless runes appeared on the 10 stone pillars, emitting a murderous aura. 10 terrifying silhouettes appeared on the stone pillars, formed by countless runes. Every silhouette exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. It was as if 10 terrifying beasts from the primordial era had descended upon this world. Kill! Feeling the immense pressure, Gu Zhong's battle intent surged. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as power surged from his body. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform. Boom! After a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the space before Gu Zhong's fist. Chaotic air swirled within the hole, and the space around it crumbled. Gu Zhong wanted to punch Dongfang Yao into the chaotic air to break the 10 Slaughtering Matrix. One should know that the 10 Slaughtering Matrix was activated by the Matrix platform. Once the Matrix platform was destroyed, the 10 Slaughtering Matrix would collapse on its own. However, the Matrix platform was not easy to destroy. BZZ, the array platform shook as 9 immortal runes rushed out from it, blocking the void and blocking Gu Zhong's fist energy. This is getting interesting. Gu Zhong's eyes flickered. With a jerk of his arm, an even more powerful force erupted from his arm. In his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, Tao patterns were faintly discernible. Bang! Berserk power erupted from Gu Zhong's fist, and the 9 Tao patterns that sealed the space around the formation platform immediately trembled. You, Dongfang Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the array platform, was shocked to the extreme. Gu Zhong's physical body was truly powerful to the extreme. It could actually shake a Saint-Tier Tao pattern. One should know that the 10 Slaughtering Formation was one of the ancestral formations that the Dongfang clan possessed. Even someone like Dongfang Zun, who held a high position in the Dongfang clan, would find it difficult to activate such a formation. Roar! At this moment, a series of roars rang out. The terrifying figures that had appeared on the stone pillars finally rushed out. This is Gu Zhong's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. Every single one of the 10 figures was as large as a small mountain, and every single one of them emitted a terrifying aura. The 10 great, ancient, ferocious beasts. Gu Zhong realized that the 10 figures were not humans, but living beings of different races. Humph! Gu Zhong threw another punch at the formation platform. This time, the force of his punch increased by a large margin. The 9 Dao patterns trembled violently, showing signs of dissipating. Yao, or be careful. This guy's physical body is comparable to a ferocious beast. There's no need for you to fight him head-on. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit did not leave. He was observing the battle within the 10 slaughtering formation. Seeing that Dongfang Yao was in a passive situation, he immediately gave her some advice. Yes, father. Dongfang Yao knew that she could not fight Gu Zhong head-on. However, Gu Zhong had already locked onto the formation platform. It was impossible for her to escape. I'll let you witness the true power of the 10 slaughtering formation. Dongfang Yao's eyes turned cold as she activated the formation. Boom! High up in the sky, a furry beast claw swiped at Gu Zhong. A frightening, murderous aura spread out from the beast claw. Even if the real 10 ferocious beasts were here, I would have nothing to fear, let alone these guys created from the formation. Gu Zhong's battle intent was unparalleled. He punched upwards. The extremely powerful fist force directly shattered the gigantic beast claw that was swiping down from the sky. The beast claw was shattered as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This scene was extremely realistic, as though the claw of an ancient ferocious beast was shattered by Gu Zhong. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, and a huge beast shadow walked out from the endless, deathly gray, baleful aura. A violent and monstrous aura swept across the sky. Very good. Let me try out a new secret art I've learned. Gu Zhong was very confident. He had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Even if he could not win, he could still retreat easily. Although this 10 slaughtering formation was powerful, it might not be able to trap him. BZZ, Gu Zhong circulated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A ball of misty immortal light shone from his body and spread out in all directions. A scene that shocked Dongfang Yao appeared. Everything that was enveloped by the ball of celestial light from Gu Zhong's body was reduced to nothingness. The 9 Dao patterns that were sealed around the 10 killing formation platform were swept by this ball of immortal light and instantly dimmed, almost dissolving. How could this be? Dongfang Yao was in disbelief. She was shocked to the extreme and hurriedly controlled the formation platform to dodge, escaping from the range of the misty immortal light. At that moment, Gu Zhong pounced at the ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a furious roar and swung its huge claw at Gu Zhong. The huge beast claw covered an entire area of the void, the powerful force causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the void. However, Gu Zhong didn't seem to do anything, but the huge beast claw actually dissipated when it came into contact with the ball of misty celestial light that was spreading out from Gu Zhong's body. Countless runes directly dissipated in the void. Where the immortal light reaches, everything in the world turns into nothingness. Outside the 10 slaughtering formation, Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit could not help but turn pale with fright. He recalled a secret art that had shaken the world in ancient times. At this moment, the ferocious beast that was formed from the Dao pattern was already enveloped by the immortal light that was radiating from Gu Zhong's body. The incomparably huge ferocious beast actually melted like snow under the immortal light. Chapter 2547. The secret word, Wu, possessed unfathomable power. The hazy immortal light was not eye-catching, but it could destroy everything, turning everything in the world into nothingness. Dongfang Zun and his daughter were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. I don't believe you can really defy the heavens. Dongfang Yao, who was sitting on the platform, said coldly. Her eyes were extremely sharp, and her entire body was shrouded in immortal light. She guided the power of the 10 slaughters formation towards the platform. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 terrifying figures appeared in this space. They were the 10 great ancient ferocious beasts that had appeared from the 10 kill stone pillars. Each of the ferocious beasts emitted a monstrous and terrifying aura, and each of them seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. One of these 10 great ferocious beasts had just been destroyed by Gu Zhong's void character, and there were still 9 left. The loss of a ferocious beast caused the 10 slaughter formation to be incomplete, and it was difficult for it to reveal its supreme might. At this moment, Dongfang Yao seemed to have become one with the 10 slaughters formation. With a single thought, she could summon the power of the 10 extremes gathered by the 10 slaughters formation. Kill! Dongfang Yao did not hesitate and used her killer move right away. The 9 beasts charged towards Gu Zhong at the same time. The powerful pressure from the 9 beasts crushed the space between heaven and earth. However, the pressure that was enough to make even saints shudder did not affect Gu Zhong at all. Hazy immortal light spread from his body, and all the waves of power that came towards him were immediately dissolved. The power of the secret word Wu was displayed at this moment. With Gu Zhong at the center, the place that the immortal light enveloped was like a bottomless black hole that seemed to be devouring everything in the world. In reality, this was not devouring. It was being turned into nothingness. Roar! A beast with wings on its back reached out its sharp claws and clawed at Gu Zhong. The power of the great Tao exploded, and on its claws there were runes faintly visible. The waves of power that emanated from it were extremely powerful. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered and pounced forward. Misty immortal light spread out. The winged ferocious beast actually didn't have any misgivings. Its sharp claws directly clawed at the ball of celestial light around Gu Zhong. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. The fierce beast's sharp claws quickly became blurry, and the Tao patterns that emerged from the claws dissipated in the void, being obliterated by the power of the secret word Wu. The ferocious beast roared and retreated in an instant. Even though it managed to retreat in time, one of the winged beast's arms was forcefully melted away, turning it into a one-armed beast. All right, it's time to end this, Gu Zhong said. He didn't want to continue playing. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of celestial light erupted from his body, and then it spread in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire world. What? Dongfang Zun and his daughter were extremely shocked. Under the celestial light, the 9 terrifying figures were actually dissipating. Countless Tao patterns were being destroyed by the celestial light. The 10 killing array was collapsing, and the array patterns that were imprinted in the void were also being regenerated by the power of the secret word None. Let's go. Dongfang Yao directly controlled the platform and shattered the void. She escaped into the chaos and disappeared in an instant. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit outside the 10 killing array also turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. The 10 killing array was collapsing. They had lost. They couldn't even defeat Gu Fei's disciple, yet they still wanted to trap and kill Gu Fei. At this moment, Dongfang Zun felt that he was too naive. Preposterous. Seeing this, Gu Zhong couldn't help but be furious. The father and daughter were too cunning. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they immediately fled. At this moment, Gu Zhong was in the middle of the collapsing 10 killing array, so he couldn't stop the father and daughter in time. He could only watch the father and daughter escape. However, just when Gu Zhong was in a state of shock and anger, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. The huge hand directly grabbed the divine light formed by Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit. Then, a silhouette appeared in the void. This person's right hand was holding a ball of divine light. Within the ball of divine light, there was a tiny silhouette faintly discernible. Gu Fei! Dongfang Zun exclaimed. The person who suddenly appeared and captured him was his archenemy, the current city lord of the Eastern Royal City, Gu Fei. Master is here. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already rushed out from the collapsing 10-killing array. Seeing that person capturing Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit, he couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Gu Fei was here. This made Dongfang Zun feel despair. He knew that he would die for sure after falling into Gu Fei's hands. The Dongfang clan and Gu Fei had a huge grudge. This was something that all the cultivators in the Eastern Domain knew about. The older cultivators all knew about the grudge between the Dongfang clan and Gu Fei. What? You're not going to beg for mercy? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Gu Fei looked at the silhouette in the ball of divine light in his hand and smiled. Dongfang Zun was an important figure in the Dongfang clan. Killing such a figure would definitely cause great damage to the Dongfang clan. Kill me if you want. Dongfang Zun's primordial spirit stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. He knew very well that even if he begged for mercy from Gu Fei would never let him go. He would only be humiliating himself. You're a sensible person. There was a smile on Gu Fei's face before he crushed Dongfang Zun's soul. The city lords of the Eastern Royal City seemed to be very unlucky. They all died in the hands of Gu Fei. The previous city lord of the Eastern Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, died in the hands of Gu Fei. And now, Dongfang Zun died in the hands of Gu Fei. Master! At this moment, Gu Zhong came over. Let's go back. Gu Fei turned around and walked towards the direction of the Eastern Royal City. Gu Zhong quickly followed after him. In the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family, a formation platform suddenly lit up. Lines of formation, runes appeared on the platform. Swoosh! A figure fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Father! The person who fell out of the void was Dongfang Yao. At this moment, a spiritual jade that Dongfang Zun had personally refined for her had shattered. This made Dongfang Yao turn pale with fright, because this spiritual jade would only shatter when her father, Dongfang Zun, died. Now that the spiritual jade had shattered, it could only mean one thing. Her father was dead. Ah. Chapter 2548. Dongfang Zun was dead. He was an ancient saint, an important figure in the Dongfang family, but he was killed by the master-disciple killing formation. The news spread and shook the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain. All the cultivators couldn't believe it. One should know that Dongfang Zun was an incomparably powerful ancient saint. However, regardless of whether they believed it or not, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain were sure that Dongfang Zun was really dead. Roar! When the news reached the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family, an old roar immediately came from the depths of the ancestral ground. Gu Fei, my Dongfang family and you are irreconcilable. The roar of the current patriarch of the Dongfang family came from a palace in the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family. The death of Dongfang Zun was an irreparable loss for the entire Dongfang family. One should know that there were only so many ancient saints in the entire human realm. The death of one meant that there would be one less. The Dongfang family had no more than 3 ancient saints. Now that Dongfang Zun was dead, the Dongfang family might still have 1 or 2 ancient saints left. The loss this time was too great. Ask for the ancestral weapon to kill the master-disciple duo. Such a voice came from the Dongfang family. That's right, ask for the ancestral weapon to kill the 2 of them. Some people in the Dongfang family agreed with this suggestion because only by asking for the ancestral weapon would they have a chance to kill Gu Fei and his disciple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance to get rid of them. However, some people in the Dongfang family were against it because they knew that Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon. Even if they asked for the ancestral weapon, they still wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family couldn't reach a consensus. They couldn't come to a conclusion on whether they should get rid of the ancestral weapon or not. At this time, Gu Fei and his disciple were working hard to break the formation. They would never leave the divine treasures in the treasure vault to the Dongfang family. There were many good things in the eastern royal cities, Lord's mansion. Gu Fei and his disciple wouldn't let go of these things. The treasure vault was the first step of their plan to empty the Lord's mansion. Gu Fei and his disciple wanted to empty the Lord's mansion. Rumble! The void was trembling. Millions of divine lights were circulating, and countless runes were faintly discernible. After Gu Fei returned to the East Royal Kingdom, he immediately went to the Treasure Depository Tower to activate the formation to destroy the tower's protective formation. This was a confrontation between the two Grand Arrays. The Grand Array laid down by Gu Fei sealed off all connections between the tower protecting Grand Array and the outside world, making it difficult for the tower protecting Grand Array to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy from the outside world. Without the replenishment of heaven and earth's spiritual energy from the outside world, the tower protecting Grand Formation's power was decreasing with each use. If this continued, they would indeed be able to break the tower protecting Grand Formation. The protective formation was very strong. Even if Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the word none, it would still be very difficult to destroy the runes that formed the formation. This formation was probably not set up by an ordinary sage. After all, the fact that it could withstand the power of the secret word, Wu, was enough to show how powerful this formation was. When Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the formation to destroy the tower protecting Grand Formation, many mysterious figures appeared outside the East Royal Kingdom. Some people even saw the disciples of the West Earth Buddhism sect outside the East Royal Kingdom. The news of Gu Fei's return made some of the great sects in the Tonglong continent restless, especially the West Earth Buddhism sect. The grudge between the West Earth Buddhism sect and Gu Fei was difficult to resolve. In fact, when Gu Fei took over the East Royal Kingdom, many big shots began to come to the East Royal Kingdom. However, these people were very good at hiding. No one knew how many experts came to the East Royal Kingdom, but it was certain that a storm was brewing in the entire East Royal Kingdom. Now only one fuse was needed for this storm to explode. The West Earth Buddhism sect. After receiving the news, Gu Zhong immediately left the East Royal Kingdom. For several days, Gu Zhong had been roaming around the East Imperial City, trying to find the disciples of West Earth's Buddhist sect. However, he had searched everywhere in the vicinity of the East Imperial City, but he couldn't even find the shadow of a single Buddhist sect disciple. Cunning bastard! Early in the morning, a figure stood on a mountain peak outside the East Royal Kingdom. This person was Gu Zhong. After searching for several days, he still couldn't find the bald head of the West Earth Buddhism sect. Gu Zhong was a little disappointed. When he was about to return to the East Royal Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. "It's you!" When Gu Zhong saw the person, he couldn't help but be startled. This person was actually Dongfang Yao. "You dare to come here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Gu Zhong looked at Dongfang Yao expressionlessly. "Humph. It's not you who will kill me. This time it's me who will kill you," Dongfang Yao said while gritting her teeth. Her father died in the hands of this master and disciple. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if she had to use any means, she would kill this master and disciple. "Is that so? Then let the truth speak for itself," Gu Zhong said and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Dongfang Yao. A powerful force burst out from his hand, and his 5 fingers sealed the void. "Die!" Dongfang Yao's white robes fluttered in the wind. She roared, and immediately a beam of immortal light rushed out from her body, turning into an immortal sword of the great path that slashed towards Gu Zhong. The huge hand and the immortal sword collided in an instant, causing a terrifying destructive force to erupt. Gu Zhong and Dongfang Yao both felt the impact of their opponent's power. Gu Zhong couldn't control himself and was forced back a dozen steps. With every step he took, the entire void trembled. The huge golden hand and the unparalleled sword Qi dissipated in the void at the same time. Dongfang Yao was sent flying hundreds of meters away. At first glance, it seemed that Gu Zhong had the upper hand because he was only forced back a dozen steps. However, Gu Zhong and Dongfang Yao knew that they were evenly matched in the exchange just now. Neither of them had the upper hand. Whoosh! Dongfang Yao directly turned into a beam of immortal light and rushed into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, she immediately retreated. Where do you think you're going? Gu Zhong directly shot into the sky and chased after Dongfang Yao. Both of them were extremely fast, especially Gu Zhong. He displayed his maximum speed of 8 steps and gradually closed the distance between him and Dongfang Yao. 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. While Dongfang Yao's movement technique was fast, she was not faster than Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong gradually caught up. The two of them passed through layers of mountain ridges. Dongfang Yao suddenly rushed down into a valley below, disappearing into the valley. Humph! Gu Zhong had no qualms about charging into the valley as well. He was not afraid of being ambushed again, because he had mastered the secret of none, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Who goes there? Just as Gu Zhong entered the valley, a loud shout came from the valley, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Zhong. It was a black-bearded, middle-aged man in Taoist robes. The middle-aged Taoist blocked Gu Zhong's path. Get out of my way! Gu Zhong did not say anything else, and simply threw a punch at the middle-aged Taoist. Ferocious fist power exploded from his fist. The middle-aged Taoist was shocked. The power of his opponent's punch could not be underestimated. He quickly tried to dodge. However, the middle-aged Taoist still underestimated Gu Zhong. Bam! Gu Zhong's fist followed like a shadow, slamming into the Taoist's chest. The Taoist was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Who are you? How dare you hit my people? At this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the valley. Then, a young man waving a folding fan walked out from the depths of the valley. So what if I did? If you know what's good for you, hand over Dongfang Yao. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Zhong looked at the young man. Ha ha! The young man suddenly laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Looks like you guys are not going to hand over Dongfang Yao, Gu Zhong said in a low voice. Looks like you're not stupid. The young man waved his fan and smiled. Bam! Gu Zhong did not say anything else. He threw a punch at the young man. Golden fist power surged towards the young man like a golden wave. Whoosh! The young man waved his fan lightly. A gust of celestial light immediately burst from the fan, dispelling Gu Zhong's punch. The fan in the young man's hand was a powerful treasure. Those who stand in my way will die. Gu Zhong's murderous aura sword. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A beam of divine light of the great path shot out from his brow, turning into a divine sword of the great path that slashed towards the young man. The young man was shocked when he saw Gu Zhong use the secret sword of the primordial spirit. He came from the primeval path and naturally knew of the existence of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Whoosh! The young man was moved. He shot into the sky, trying to dodge the sword light of the great path. However, the sword light followed him like a shadow. It would not stop until blood was shed. Boom! The young man waved his fan. A ball of fire surged from the fan, burning towards the primordial spirit sword of the great path. This was no ordinary fire. It was a type of divine fire of the great path. Fire-shaped patterns of the great path were faintly discernible within the divine fire intertwining. The primordial spirit sword of the great path was invincible. The immortal sword light pierced through the divine fire of the great path. Even the divine fire of the great path, which could burn the void to oblivion, could not block the immortal sword light. The immortal sword light flashed, and the young man immediately screamed and fell from the sky. What? The The others in the valley could not help but be shocked when they saw this. They rushed up, and someone caught the young man falling from the sky. Some of them charged directly at Gu Zhong. In the depths of the valley, someone smiled and then disappeared into the void in an instant. No one knew where he went. Chapter 2549. No one could survive being struck by the primordial spirit, Sword of Wei. The murderous power emanating from the primordial spirit Sword of Wei could directly destroy a cultivator's primordial spirit. With Gu Zhong's level of cultivation, the young cultivator's soul would definitely be destroyed if he was struck by the sword. Young master! Everyone panicked when they saw the young cultivator being cut down from the sky by Gu Zhong's sword. If the young master died, they wouldn't be able to survive either. 8 figures rushed out of the valley, including the middle-aged Taoist who had been sent flying by Gu Zhong. There were a total of 9 strong cultivators in the sky above the valley with a murderous aura. 3 of them flew down from the sky, while the other 6 closed in on Gu Zhong. At this time, the culprit who had caused all this, Dongfang Yao, had already left the valley and appeared on a mountain 100 miles away. "Senior brother, I'm sorry," Dongfang Yao muttered to herself. She looked at the valley in front of her that was filled with murderous aura and sneered. She had lured Gu Zhong to the valley so that Gu Zhong would clash with the young man in the valley. As expected, things were developing according to her plan. The young man in the valley was one of Dongfang Yao's senior brothers in the primordial Tao sect. This senior brother had a powerful background. He was the great-great-grandson of an important figure in the Taishan sect. That important figure doted on this great-great-grandson a lot, so he had sent 9 strong cultivators to protect him. "Kid, do you know who he is? How dare he hurt our young master?" A black-faced man's expression darkened even more. He stared at Gu Zhong and gritted his teeth. "Humph. No matter who he is, even if he's the emperor, I'll kill him if he blocks my path." Gu Zhong said disapprovingly, All right. A white-haired Taoist in a Taoist robe walked up. This old man was a strong cultivator. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp gaze that was like the edge of a blade. Powerful great path, runes, surged from the old Taoist's body. 9 great path, runes appeared in the void around him. "Senior brother Xian, the young master, is dead." At this time, an angry roar came from the valley. The 3 Taoists who had gone down to check flew up from below. One of them was carrying the young man. What? When the old Taoist heard this, he was shocked. If the young master died, his master would definitely be furious. At that time, they would have to be buried with him. You really can't take a beating. Gu Zhong shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened. The 9 powerhouses were all enraged, wishing they could tear this hateful fellow into pieces. "Tell me your name. To dare kill a disciple of my primordial Tao sect, you really have guts." The old Taoist stared at Gu Zhong. His words were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. His fingers were trembling because of Gu Zhong. This fellow was extremely ruthless and actually killed the young master right away. If he didn't kill this murderer, he wouldn't be able to answer to his master when he returned. "Senior brother Xian." At this moment, the others also gathered around. "All of you back off. I alone can capture this fellow." An incomparably powerful wave of energy erupted from the old man's body. His eyes flickered like lightning, and in his eyes, Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. Someone from the primordial Tao sect? Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. But then he calmed down. That Dongfang Yao was truly ruthless. She actually had such malicious intentions. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yao had lured him here to cause trouble. She wanted him to clash with the people of the primordial Tao sect. That damned girl. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be furious when he thought of all these things. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Didn't Dongfang Yao join the primordial Tao sect? She actually dared to trick people from her own sect? It seemed that Dongfang Yao was willing to disregard everything for revenge. Boom! At this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. The old Taoist attacked. A ball of divine fire rushed out from his hand, turning into an incomparably huge fireball that smashed towards Guzhong. A terrifying heat rushed out from the fireball. There were 9 Tao patterns inside the fireball. Under the burning of the fireball, the surrounding void was silently annihilated. This was a type of Tao fire. Even saints would be injured if they were burned by it. Guzhong stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A hazy celestial light rushed out from his hand and instantly enveloped the fireball. The power of the secret word Wu erupted. The fireball quickly dissipated and finally disappeared completely. The old Taoist was extremely shocked. What kind of great technique was this? It could actually dissolve his own power. This was too unbelievable. Could it be the legendary secret technique that had been lost for countless years? The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. Even if it wasn't a sect founded by the supreme Tao ancestor himself, it was still a sect founded by the Tao ancestor's disciples and disciples. In ancient times, this lineage was regarded as the most authentic inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. The disciples of the primordial Tao sect naturally knew many ancient secrets. At this moment, the hazy celestial light that spread from Guzhong's hand enveloped the old Taoist. In an instant, the old Taoist was enveloped in celestial light. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the old Taoist's body became incorporeal. It was as if he could completely dissipate in the void at any time and turn into nothingness. As expected, it really is that secret technique. The old Taoist smiled. Before he instantly turned into nothingness, he smiled because he had confirmed one thing. Senior Brother Xian, the other disciples of the Tao sect were all shocked when they saw this. It really is the secret word Wu! A voice sounded in the void in the distance. A figure appeared in the void. It was the senior brother of the primordial Tao sect, Xian. The secret technique of anti-emptiness. Guzhong's eyes narrowed when he saw the figure in the distance. This old Taoist was not simple. He had actually mastered the secret technique of anti-emptiness, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. However, Guzhong quickly understood. The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. It was not strange at all that the people in the sect had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Of course, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were supreme techniques of the immortal path that the Tao ancestor had imparted to the 9 disciples. Each of the 9 disciples had mastered a secret technique. The 9th secret was in the hands of Sky Emperor Ziyang. Gu Fei had learned the secret word Wu from Sky Emperor Ziyang and passed it on to Guzhong. Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun's identity was naturally on the verge of being revealed. Everyone had a tacit understanding. As for the primordial Tao sect, it was very likely that one of the 9 disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor had founded the sect. Could the founder of the primordial Tao sect be Tao Master Anti-Emptiness? Chapter 2550. Guzhong had killed the great-great-grandson of a great figure from the primordial Tao sect with a primordial spirit, Sword of Tao, thus incurring a grudge with the primordial Tao sect. This was what Dongfang Yao wanted to see, because she hoped that Guzhong would clash with the primordial Tao sect. That way, she would be able to avenge her father's death. As a disciple of the primordial Tao sect, she naturally knew how powerful it was. It was definitely one of the most powerful cultivation forces on the Tunglong continent. After all, the primordial Tao sect's legacy was related to the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. Its foundation was incomparably deep. Guzhong used the secret art of void, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, in an attempt to turn Taoist Xian into nothingness. However, Taoist Xian used the secret art of void and escaped. I don't believe you're truly invincible. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, Dongfang Yao sneered. Gu Zhong had killed the great-great-grandson of a great figure from the primordial Tao sect. That person would definitely not let the matter rest, and would likely descend to the eastern region to avenge his great-grandson. Even she had to address that great figure as Grandmaster. If he came personally, then Gu Fei and his disciple wouldn't have it so easy. Dongfang Yao didn't linger. She turned and left. At this time, Gu Zhong and Daoist Xian were still fighting. Daoist Xian's secret art of void posed a great threat to Gu Zhong, because at crucial moments, Daoist Xian would immediately flee into the void to avoid all attacks. Even the secret art of void couldn't do anything to him. Hand over the secret art of void, and I'll let you live. Daoist Xian's voice rang out in the void. Daoist Xian's voice rang out in the air. His fleshly body had fused with the air, and no one could sense his existence. This was the power of the secret art of void. Gu Zhong snorted coldly. Then his body blurred, and he actually fused with the void around him, attacking Daoist Xian. What? Daoist Xian couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He never would have thought that this person would know one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of void. The two used the secret art of void at the same time. Their silhouettes moved extremely quickly in the void. Bang! Boom! Gu Zhong and Daoist Xian unleashed their unfathomable might. The space between them was constantly collapsing, with chaotic energy swirling within. You're only at this level. Looks like you don't have to play anymore, Gu Zhong suddenly said. After that, a supreme energy fluctuation erupted from his body as a hazy immortal light radiated from his body. Anything that was enveloped by this misty immortal light would be completely obliterated. Even the sky and the void were annihilated, turned into nothingness by that immortal light. Daoist Xian, whose immortal body had fused with the void, sensed great danger. Without a second thought, he backed away from the immortal light. The others weren't as lucky as Daoist Xian. The immortal light of annihilation radiating from Gu Zhong's body instantly enveloped an area of tens of miles. There were cries of surprise and angry roars. The 8 cultivators from the far ancient Path sect were enveloped by the celestial light. In an instant, the 8 cultivators from the far ancient Path sect were annihilated by the celestial light. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Daoist Xian was extremely shocked. His opponent had mastered a legendary secret art. He had no chance of winning at all. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. However, Gu Zhong wasn't going to let him go so easily. Whoosh! He used the 8 desolation steps and chased after Daoist Xian with extreme speed. With just a few steps, he caught up to Daoist Xian. How dare you! Daoist Xian was extremely shocked. He crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and a ball of fire immediately spread from his hand, enveloping him. In the next moment, Daoist Xian's body became blurry. He was about to escape into the void. Bang! The void crumbled as Gu Zhong displayed the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm instantly enveloped the entire world, directly smashing Daoist Xian, who was about to escape into the void, out of the void. What? Daoist Xian's shock was no small matter. The huge golden hand slammed down from the sky, sealing off a part of the world and blocking the sky. Die! After Gu Zhong stopped Daoist Xian, he used his primordial spirit swords and slashed at Daoist Xian. Daoist Xian knew how terrifying the primordial spirit swords were. He flew into the sky and dodged the slashing primordial spirit swords, but he couldn't dodge the heaven-shrouding hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Daoist Xian fell from the sky like a meteor. The huge impact caused the ground to collapse, forming a huge pit and sending dust flying. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumble from Gu Zhong's body. Golden divine swords appeared in the void around him, emitting a shocking wave of sword chi. These golden divine swords were not real swords, but golden sword chi that Gu Zhong had conjured. Go! Guzhong shouted and waved his right hand downwards. The countless golden swords floating around him immediately flew up and slashed at the huge pit on the ground. Whoosh! Shocking sword light fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Everywhere the sword light passed, the void was cut open, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Just as the sword light fell from the sky like rain, Guzhong suddenly couldn't sense Daoist Xian's aura anymore. It was as if Daoist Xian had disappeared into thin air. Another secret technique of anti-emptiness, Guzhong muttered to himself. This was the only way to avoid his attack. At this time, a beam of divine light surged from Guzhong's brow. This divine light rushed out from Guzhong's brow, turning into a divine sword of the great path that slashed at Daoist Xian, who had escaped into the void. Whoosh! The sword light swept through the void in an instant, bringing with it a gush of blood. Daoist Xian, who had escaped into the void, screamed and fell out of the void. Being hit by a primordial spirit, sword of the great path, was definitely a death sentence. The murderous power contained in the primordial spirit, sword of the great path, immediately invaded Daoist Xian's body, destroying his life force. Boom! With a loud sound, Daoist Xian's body exploded. He was decisive and did not hesitate at all. The moment he was hit by the primordial spirit, sword of the great path, his primordial spirit broke through the top of his head and rushed out. Chapter 2551. Xian Daoist was one of the saints of the archaic Dao sect. When he self-destructed, a terrifying destructive power enveloped the surrounding 10 miles of space and swallowed Guzhong. Rumble! The world shook and the 10 miles of space collapsed. It was annihilated and turned into nothingness. When Xian Daoist self-destructed, he controlled the power to a radius of around 10 miles. That way, the destructive power of the explosion would be even stronger. He's still not dead? Xian Daoist's primordial spirit soared into the sky and escaped. However, he had lost his body. It would not be easy for him to recover. Whoosh! Just when Daoist Xian's primordial spirit thought that Guzhong was dead for sure, a figure suddenly appeared behind his primordial spirit. A sword light flashed by in an instant. Then, Xian Daoist's primordial spirit gradually dispersed like snow under the sun, turning into nothingness in the end. There was no suspense. Xian Daoist of the archaic Dao sect had died. His body and soul were both destroyed. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire Tinglong continent. The people of the archaic Dao sect were all killed by Guzhong. At this moment, a furious roar came from the archaic Dao sect. Then a white-haired old man rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the archaic Dao sect and disappeared from the world. Guzhong had no idea what was going on. After killing Daoist Xian, he returned to the East Imperial City. At this moment, in the East Imperial City's city, Lord's Mansion, divine light soared into the sky and countless formation runes appeared in the void. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of a huge formation, controlling it with all his might. Essence Qi gathered from all directions as a gigantic wheel appeared in the sky. It emitted a destructive energy that continuously obliterated a pavilion. Countless runes appeared on the building as well, activating an extremely powerful force that protected the building. This pavilion was the East Royal City's Governor's Mansion's treasure depository. Gu Fei was using all his strength to activate the Great Formation's power to form the world-exterminating roulette in an attempt to destroy the treasure depository's Great Protective Formation. However, the Protective Formation was not ordinary. Even with Gu Fei's ability, he could not destroy it in a short period of time. He could only take it slow. Gu Fei and his disciple are actually thinking about the treasure tower. In the East Royal Kingdom, some powerful cultivators rushed into the sky and saw the scene in the city, Lord's residence. They were all extremely shocked. The treasure tower of the city, Lord's residence, was not unfamiliar to all the cultivators in the city. It was the place where the past city lords of the East Royal Kingdom kept their treasures. Only the city lord of the East Royal Kingdom had the right to enter the tower. Apart from the city lord of the East Royal Kingdom, no one else could enter the tower. Rumor had it that the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Zun, was killed by Gu Fei and his disciple. If Dongfang Zun really died, then no one in the entire East Royal City would be able to enter the treasure repository. Not even Dongfang Zun's daughter, Dongfang Yao. Can he succeed? Someone murmured. The East Imperial City's city, Lord's Mansion, had existed for countless years. But since ancient times, no one had ever been able to break into this building. Others might not be able to do it, but this Gu Fei, some people were optimistic about Gu Fei, thinking that he could break the protective array of the treasure house, break into the treasure house, and take away all the treasures inside. For countless years, no one knew exactly how many treasures were stored in the treasure repository. I don't think so. There was a portion of people who didn't think highly of Gu Fei. One had to know that before Gu Fei, there had been existences even more stunning than Gu Fei who had attacked the East Imperial City. However, even if those people attacked the East Royal City and breached the city lord's mansion, they couldn't break through the protective formation of the treasure-storing tower. The treasure-storing tower was still standing tall in the city lord's mansion. Preposterous, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, muttered. He realized that the inscriptions of the protective formation were hard to destroy. These inscriptions seemed to contain a trace of a mortal divinity. Gu Fei's formation evolved into the world-exterminating wheel. The waves of energy it emitted were terrifying, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The world-exterminating wheel descended from the sky and enveloped the entire treasure house. Inside the wheel, there seemed to be a world evolving, emitting waves of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. However, no matter how hard Gu Fei activated the world-exterminating wheel, he couldn't do anything to the treasure house. In the end, Gu Fei could only stop and let the world-exterminating wheel operate on its own. He retreated and walked out of the formation. Master, what's the situation? Outside the formation, Gu Zhong went forward. Gu Fei shook his head. The inscriptions of the protective formation were almost indestructible. Could it be that the treasure house was built by the legendary ancient Eastern Emperor? This seemed to be the only way to explain why the inscriptions of the protective formation contained immortal divinity. The ancient Eastern Emperor was a human emperor. He rose to power in the East domain and was invincible in the human realm. At this moment, the dazzling divine light that rushed out from the city, Lord's Mansion, disappeared. The terrifying waves also gradually dissipated. All the cultivators in the East Royal City secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They want to attack the treasure house. When the people of the Dongfang family heard this news, they were all shocked and angry. They were very clear about the importance of the treasure vault. Once the treasure vault was breached by Gu Fei and his disciple, it would be a great loss for the Dongfang family. Following the death of Dongfang Zun, the people of the Dongfang family became silent again. At this time, there were internal problems in the Dongfang family. There were different voices in the family. Some people supported using the ancestral weapon to kill Gu Fei and his disciple. However, there were also people who opposed the use of the ancestral weapon. One should know that the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family could not be lost. The ancestral weapon of the Dongfang family was guarding the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family. If the ancestral weapon was used, the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family would lose the protection of the ancestral weapon. It was very likely that the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family would be in trouble. Gu Fei and his disciple were still living in the city lord's mansion, waiting for the people of the Dongfang family to come to their deaths. However, for several days, there was no movement from the Dongfang family. On the other hand, Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful aura that disappeared as soon as it appeared. There was an unimaginable expert spying on them from outside the East Royal City. Good fella, he can actually escape from my divine sense. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He reminded Gu Zhong not to leave the East Royal City so easily. One should know that this unknown existence made him feel uneasy. Early in the morning, an old man appeared on a short mountain outside the East Royal City. The old man's eyes were like lightning. As he opened and closed his eyes, rays of light shot out from his eyes. A cold, murderous intent spread out from his body. When the old man appeared on the short mountain near the East Royal City, Gu Fei sensed the arrival of this expert. Gu Fei and his disciple, come out and accept your death. The old man suddenly roared in anger. He directly flew up from the short mountain and arrived above the East Royal City. A terrifying murderous intent exploded from his body, causing the sky to change color. Who dares to come here and cause trouble? A voice came from the East Royal City. Immediately, a silhouette rushed out from the city. It was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. You are Gu Fei. The old man stared at the expert, who rushed out from the East Royal City. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. Both of his hands were trembling, ready to attack at any time. You're looking for my master. Are you trying to throw your life away? Gu Zhong sized up the old man. The old man's body was shrouded in a layer of Dao aura. Even Gu Zhong couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. Good fella, could this guy be an immortal venerable? Humph! I'm here to send you all to your deaths. The old man stared at Gu Zhong and said coldly, There's no point in talking. We'll only know after we fight. Gu Zhong struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm appeared between the heavens and earth. It emitted an incomparably powerful energy wave and slammed towards the old man. Rumble! The vast and mighty energy ripples on the golden hand directly shook the void of this part of the world. Martial Dao battle technique. The old man was shocked. He hurriedly spat out a divine pearl towards the descending heaven-covering palm. A powerful energy wave erupted from the divine pearl. _swish. The old man's silhouette vanished into the void. In the next moment, Gu Zhong felt a faint fluctuation in the void behind him. Bam! A palm silently struck out from the void, slamming heavily on Gu Zhong's back, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Anti-void secret technique. Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He stabilized his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the old man. You are from the immemorial Dao sect. Gu Zhong stared at the old man and said in a deep voice, the fact that this old man could injure him was enough to show how powerful he was. One should know that his indestructible golden body wasn't that easy to be injured. So it was you who killed my grandson. Qineng, will definitely turn the two of you into ashes. Qineng's eyes turned red as he spoke. He couldn't wait to pounce forward and tear Gu Zhong apart. Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Zhong's expression was incomparably solemn. Kill. The old man waved his hands. The entire world shook along with his movements. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from his hands and imprinted themselves into the void. At that moment, Gu Zhong felt the void around him distort. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast space where he couldn't see the sky or the ground. What's going on? While Gu Zhong was shocked, he still remained calm. Die. The old man's voice sounded in the space. Then, beams of divine light appeared in the space, and the space rapidly shrank. Chapter 2552. An expert from the primordial Dao sect had arrived. He came straight to their doorstep and displayed his absolute dominance. However, Gu Fei and his disciple weren't people to be trifled with. Gu Zhong stepped out to fight against this expert from the primordial Dao sect. This was an important figure from the primordial Dao sect. This elder usually didn't reveal himself, but he had a very high status in the primordial Dao sect. This time his grandson and disciple were both killed by Gu Zhong. This made him furious, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei and his disciple into pieces. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled, and the old man created a void of annihilation, swallowing Gu Zhong into it. Then he activated the power of the void, wanting to obliterate Gu Zhong in the void of annihilation. Gu Zhong stood in this space, and he saw countless void Tao patterns surging around him. They shone with dazzling divine light, and an extremely strong destructive power was rapidly condensing. Could this fellow be one of the 9 legendary primordial celestial sovereigns, the Void Tao sovereign? Gu Zhong sensed the rapidly condensing destructive power and couldn't help but be shocked. The combat strength displayed by this elder was very strong. He had already cultivated the great Tao of Void to an unimaginable level. Buzz. Gu Zhong didn't dare to be slow. He activated his indestructible golden body, and 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his body. He used the 9 Tao patterns to seal his body so that the power of his martial body wouldn't attract the power of heaven's wrath. You are just a martial saint. Even if you are invincible, you will still die today. The elder's voice rang out in the space. People from the primordial Tao sect are only SOSO. If you have the ability, then come at me. Gu Zhong's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that he had met his match today. This elder's cultivation was definitely far above his. He felt a great deal of pressure. Since you want to be reincarnated, I shall grant you your wish. I shall let the 4 of you understand that I am the primordial Tao sect's great heaven Saint Emperor. The elder said such words. What great heaven Saint Emperor? I have never heard of him, Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. He wasn't lying. He really hadn't heard of the primordial Tao sect's great heaven Saint Emperor and didn't know who he was. However, the great heavenly Saint Emperor was very famous among the saints of the older generation. He was an immortal Tao Saint Emperor who achieved Tao in the immemorial era. It was rumored that during the era of the great Sky Saint Emperor, the supreme Tao ancestor was still around. The great Sky Saint Emperor was the supreme Tao ancestor's grand disciple. Humph! The heavenly great Saint Emperor was enraged. Then he used his killer move right away. 9 immortal celestial marks appeared in the killing void and headed towards Gu Zhong. Every single immortal rune radiated with a terrifying destructive power. It was as if every single immortal rune could destroy the heavens and earth, causing Gu Zhong's heart to palpitate. This was a Saint Emperor level Tao pattern. Yi Futian did not know what secret technique the heavenly great Saint Emperor had used to actually dare to use a Saint Emperor level Tao pattern. This Saint Emperor great Tao power could attract the power of heaven's wrath. However, what shocked Gu Zhong was that the power of heaven's wrath did not descend. How was this possible? Could it be that this guy could actually ignore the power of heaven's wrath? As such, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. One should know that Gu Zhong was only a martial saint. He was 2 cultivation levels lower than the great Sky Saint Emperor. Among the saints, he was invincible. However, it did not mean that he could fight against a Saint King or even a Saint Emperor. If his opponent was a Saint King, he still had the power to fight. However, the great Sky Saint Emperor was an immortal Tao ancient emperor. As such, he had no chance of winning at all, even if he had mastered the secret word void. Gu Zhong walked the path of proving his Tao through strength. He was very clear that as long as one's strength was strong enough, any secret technique could be broken. It was the same for the secret word void. Roar. Gu Zhong wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He roared, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed like lightning. He was going all out. He immediately used the secret technique of ascension. A peerlessly powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Rumble! The 9 golden Tao patterns that appeared on his body immediately shone with dazzling Tao light. A powerful aura of the Great Path erupted from each of the Tao patterns. It was as if 9 golden divine suns appeared on Gu Zhong's body. Powerful martial arts power spread from his body and directly broke through the 9 divine marks of the immortal Tao. What, in a dark corner of the absolute void, the great, great sky, Saint Emperor's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He could see the origin of the secret technique that Gu Zhong had used. It's the secret technique of ascension. This person is not a cultivator of the immortal Tao. How could he have obtained the secret technique of ascension? The great, great sky Saint Emperor was the grand disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor. He was naturally very familiar with the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. However, the 9 secret techniques that the supreme Tao ancestor had created had been passed down to 9 disciples. Every disciple had only mastered one secret technique. The master of the great, great sky Saint Emperor was Tao, Lord Anti-Void, one of the 9 primordial immortal lords. Buzz. The entire absolute void shook. Gu Zhong's desperation was no small matter. The secret technique of ascension had stimulated all of his potential. The powerful force shook the void. This, the great heavenly Saint Emperor was extremely shocked. His absolute killing void was one of his trump cards. Anyone who was trapped by his absolute killing void would not be able to survive. They would all be killed by it. However, Gu Zhong's performance had exceeded the great, great sky Saint Emperor's expectations. Gu Zhong's martial body was unimaginably strong. Even an ordinary Saint King would have a hard time suppressing a martial sage. It was no exaggeration to say that a martial artist was invincible among the same level. It was especially so for the great, great sky Saint Emperor. It should be known that although the martial ancestor had disappeared in the immemorial era, his disciples and grand disciples were still roaming the world. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation was definitely a synonym for power. I don't believe that you can really defy the heavens. The great, great sky Saint Emperor's fighting spirit was completely stimulated by Gu Zhong. After so many years, it was rare for him to be serious. He saw Gu Zhong as an opponent that was worthy of his attention. In the next moment, the 9 celestial marks that were repelled by Gu Zhong released billions of rays of celestial light. Above each celestial mark, there was a vague silhouette. Boom! The entire absolute void shook violently. Then, the destructive power soared instantly. The 9 celestial marks broke through the layers of golden light and headed straight for Gu Zhong. 2 great path forces clashed. The Saint Emperor level celestial marks were much stronger than the Saint level Tao marks. Gu Zhong's 9 golden Tao marks were being suppressed. He is a Saint Emperor after all. Gu Zhong knew that he was in danger this time. The difference between a saint and a Saint Emperor was hard to bridge. It was impossible for him to be a match for this old man. He didn't panic because he knew that this old man couldn't kill him. After all, his master was in the East Imperial City. His master wouldn't let him be killed by this old man. As expected, the moment the 9 celestial marks of the Saint Emperor broke through Gu Zhong's golden Tao marks, the entire absolute void suddenly shook. A huge golden hand tore through the void. Countless runes collapsed in the face of this giant golden hand, and a rift tens of thousands of feet long was torn in the absolute death void from the outside. The aura of the outside world immediately flowed in through that crack. Rumble! In the next moment, thunder roared in the depths of the sky. A terrifying destructive aura descended from the sky. Under the interaction of the aura of the Great Path, the power of heavenly wrath reacted immediately. The power of heavenly wrath was activated. How dare you! The great, great sky Saint Emperor roared. He had no choice but to seal his body immediately. Once the power of heavenly wrath descended, even if he was a Saint Emperor, his body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Zhong hurriedly used the 9 Tao marks to seal his cultivation, suppressing his cultivation below the saint level. Gu Fei, it's you. The absolute void disappeared, and the great, great sky, Saint Emperor's figure, appeared in the void. He stared at a young man in black opposite him, and his eyes glowed brightly. At that moment, the huge golden hand that tore through the absolute void did not dissipate. It was still slapping towards the great, great sky, Saint Emperor. A powerful ripple of power descended from the huge golden hand. Very well. Since you're here, I'll take care of both of you today. That will save me some trouble. The great, great sky, Saint Emperor was very confident. It should be known that he was a Grandmaster-level existence in the Archean Tao sect. He was second only to the founding ancestor. Moreover, the great, great sky Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor. In the human world, apart from the Saint Venerables, he was invincible. The number of Saint Venerables in the Tonglong continent could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, those existences would not attack easily. Most importantly, Gu Fei was not a Saint Venerate. If Gu Fei was a Saint Venerate, the great, great sky, Saint Emperor, would definitely not dare to come looking for him. Actually, the great, great sky, Saint Emperor, was very careful. He had come to the vicinity of the East Imperial City on the second day after Dao Xian had been killed by Gu Zhong. He had been loitering around the East Imperial City and spying on Gu Fei and his disciple in the city. After discovering that Gu Fei and his disciple were not heavenly venerables or even heavenly emperors, he openly came to kill them and named Gu Fei and his disciple to be killed. There are many people who want to kill me, Gu Fei. However, I'm the one who kills them in the end. Do you think you're an exception? Gu Fei looked at the great, great sky Saint Emperor and said with a smile. Although the great, great sky Saint Emperor was an ancient Saint Emperor, he was not a big deal. If the full power of the undying battle body was unleashed, he would definitely be able to fight against a Saint Emperor. It was not as if Gu Fei could not fight back. Young man, you're too arrogant. The great, great sky, Saint Emperor said. At the same time, his figure became blurry, and he instantly disappeared into the void. The golden palm that Gu Fei had unleashed landed on thin air and shattered the void where the great, great sky, Saint Emperor, had been standing. Even the chaotic aura was blown out. Chapter 2553. The great heaven Saint Emperor was very domineering. He unleashed the anti-void mystic technique right away and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Humph! You know that I'm a cultivator, yet you still want to fight me in close combat. Are you seeking death? Gu Fei lifted his head and looked up. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched upward. It seemed like a casual punch, but it made the heavenly great Saint Emperor's scalp go numb. The great heavenly Saint Emperor disappeared in the void again without hesitation. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void trembled. Gu Fei's seemingly ordinary punch displayed great power, directly shattering the void above him. One punch pierced through heaven and earth. When Gu Fei punched through heaven and earth, the great heaven Saint Emperor's figure appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the void that had been punched through and couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei is indeed very strong. Heavenly great Saint Emperor thought to himself. At that moment, Gu Zhong had already retreated. He didn't want to join forces with his master to fight the great heaven Saint Emperor. He believed that his master could defeat the great heaven Saint Emperor on his own. Kill! Heavenly great Saint Emperor bellowed as he brandished both his hands at Gu Fei. Beams of nearly transparent light blades shot out from his hands, spinning as they slashed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The light blades immediately shattered in the void and dissipated into specks of light. Big hand covers the sky. Gu Fei then used the heaven-covering palm, and a huge golden palm appeared in the sky. It emitted a terrifying wave of power and slammed towards the great heaven Saint Emperor. Rumble! The huge golden hand sealed the void and shook the heavens and the earth. It was like a primordial divine mountain had fallen from the sky, and it shook the void to the point that pitch-black spatial cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared. Heavenly Great Saint Emperor only felt his body tense up. He knew that things were bad. Bang! Great Heavenly Saint Emperor was directly smacked down from the sky by Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand. With a boom, he smashed onto the ground. The entire ground instantly collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Roar! The Heavenly Great Saint Emperor rushed out from the ground, his entire body glowing with celestial light. Streaks of void Tao patterns circled around him, and there seemed to be the divine voice of the great Tao ringing in the void. You are the successor of the Tao Father. Leave. I won't kill you, Gu Fei said as he looked at the great Heaven Saint Emperor, who was rushing up from the ground. What did you say? When the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor heard this, he was instantly enraged. He had never been looked down upon like this before. This little fellow was too despicable. He deserved to die. I've already shown mercy just now. Gu Fei said indifferently. You, the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor, was shocked and enraged. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who do you think you are? You dare to look down on this Saint Emperor? I'm going to die from anger. The Heavenly Great Saint Emperor roared angrily. His eyes were red, and he looked as though he was going to eat someone up. Sai, I'm speaking the truth. Leave. I don't want to get involved with the Wushang Dao ancestor. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret skill. He was definitely the successor of the Tao Father. If Gu Fei killed him, he would have some karma with the Wushang Dao ancestor. No one could predict what would happen in the future. In the depths of the sky, there were a few figures that seemed to have existed since ancient times, which made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. I'm going to kill you. The Heavenly Great Saint Emperor's face turned hideous. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It seems like I have to teach you a lesson. As Gu Fei said this, a ball of golden light suddenly surged from his body. It instantly turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms danced and shattered the void, hitting the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor, who had escaped into the void. This is when the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor saw Gu Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms. He couldn't help but be shocked. This technique was a mystique of the divine ape from the primordial age, but Gu Fei had learned it. Gu Fei's battle physique was already extremely strong. In addition to the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, the rotation of his 6 arms could shake the heavens and the earth. His combat power was shocking. Chaos Fist, Heaven Covering Palm, Yin Yang Dao Sword. Gu Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms used 3 major battle techniques at the same time. The chaotic aura that erupted from the Chaos Fist shot up into the sky. The heaven-covering palm instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and the Yin Yang Dao sword turned into 2 huge dragons that soared thousands of feet. When the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. Gu Fei used 3 great battle skills to attack him at the same time. The entire region of space was sealed by the 3 supreme powers. Even if he wanted to use the anti-emptiness secret technique, he would not be able to escape at this moment. Without any suspense, the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor was directly suppressed by Gu Fei's attack, which was like a strong gale sweeping away the fallen leaves. His entire body was sent flying. Impossible! The Heavenly Great Saint Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and the clothes in front of his chest were stained with drops of blood. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei could injure him. He tried his best to block the Yin Yang Dao sword and the heaven-covering palm, but he couldn't block Gu Fei's Chaos Fist. Gu Fei's supreme punch landed directly on the Heavenly Great Saint Emperor's chest, causing it to cave in and shatter his sternum. Even the Saint Emperor immortal body couldn't withstand Gu Fei's Chaos Fist. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei displayed a domineering stance. He took a step forward and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up with the heavenly great Saint Emperor, who was sent flying. Bang! Gu Fei stomped his foot down and stomped the heavenly great Saint Emperor down from the sky. The heavenly great Saint Emperor was like a meteorite as he fell from the sky. He broke through the ground again and smashed into the ground. The dust on the ground flew up high. Roar! The heavenly great Saint Emperor was about to go crazy. He couldn't accept such a reality. He was a high and mighty celestial emperor. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? He burst forth with void Tao patterns and charged out from the ground in a disheveled manner. However, what awaited him was a huge foot. Bang! Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. He stomped his foot on the heavenly great Saint Emperor's face again and stomped him down again. A Saint Emperor was humiliated by Gu Fei again and again. This made the heavenly great Saint Emperor vomit blood. He was close to going crazy. He used the power of the great Tao of void with all his might and instantly vanished into the void. Die. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei. Void Tao patterns transformed into deadly immortal sabers that slashed at Gu Fei. The immortal sabers, formed by Tao patterns, were divine sabers of the great Tao. Every saber light could kill a Saint Emperor. This was the heavenly great Saint Emperor's trump card. At this moment, he even used his trump card